Hello, everybody. I forgot my light. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to another magnificent episode of Mythos Vanesia Nightfall. We are now on episode 9 of our glorious ongoing story. And it is a pleasure to have all of you with us for this magnificent journey. And fixed. All right. So, quick announcements as we get in today before the game begins. As I have mentioned before, if you look up above, we do have a $1,200 goal going on for moving costs to Nebraska. So do please consider donating that. For today, because we are doing our D&D game, the donation rewards are turned off. So no jalapeno juice today. If you really want to see me drink balsamic or whatever, then save it for when I'm gaming. However, donations put in today do still count towards the final goal of a 24-hour maid stream, 12-hour bikini stream, and Commission of Rex for everybody to enjoy. Let's see, what else? Merch, we have merch. I am continuing to work my hardest on, excuse me, getting extra merch into the store, but for now we do, in fact, have, at least one thing, related to the ongoing Mythos Vanesia Nightfall campaign. So check out Angel of War that's in the merch store right now. My chat is broke. Hold on. Helps to view docs. Chat. Fixed. Cool. Now I guess thank you, Gert, for putting that up there. Let's see. Ah, yes. The music that you're listening to now, and a lot of the music that you're going to hear throughout the campaign today is courtesy of Ian Fisher at Tabletop RPG Music. Please check them out on YouTube and on Patreon at Tabletop RPG Music. They are a fantastic composer, perfect for use in your own D&D campaigns. Their music is free on YouTube, but if you wish to support the continued production of their content, please check out their Patreon. Plus, if you subscribe at the Troubadour tier, you get access to the hour-long versions of their songs. Speaking of Patreon, if you would like to support the channel, we do have a Patreon, patreon.com/thegrinninggamer. For just $1 a month, you can support the channel, but $3 a month gets you access to custom homebrew content that you see used in our campaign. Thank you very much, Gur, for the socials. Yes, make sure that you join the thriving Discord community. We have fun times. I believe that's everything.
What a thick announcement.
I know. My announcements are always thick.
I didn't know
Very
you were
voluptuous.
Hmm?
I didn't know you were moving.
Yes, it was a... Oh, YouTube. Yes, thank you, Gar. If you are not caught up on the campaign so far, please make sure to check out my YouTube. The link is on my About page. We do upload every VOD from our D&D campaign, and there's a handy-dandy little playlist so you can catch up on the previous 8, if you would like. But yes, Cadre, I'm going to be moving to Nebraska along with Chi. We are fundraising for that at the moment. We got an offer to move into a place with a friend that would afford us new opportunities, better job options for Chi, an extra room for me to actually put my setup in. Yeah. And cheaper rent all over. So...
Very nice.
Yeah.
Sounds like a good opportunity.
Yeah. So we're taking that. Yes, it does. Also, hello, Zeke. Ah. I do hope it works out. If we can hit the $1,200 goal, that covers all of our moving expenses. And And then from there, our friends who offered us a spot are giving us the first month of rent free to settle in and make sure that we can get jobs settled. I'm going to look at some small part-time remote work to subsidize the channel. Yeah.
Cool. I was looking into some job opportunities, and I had a friend, I think I had mentioned this last week, I had a friend that was looking for me to do some work, and
yeah.
they were called, oh, I feel like I already talked about this, Aloha Management.
Scam.
And
You did.
yeah, I did. Yeah. So that turned out to be a fluke. I'm like, no.
It's an MLM. They're everywhere, and
Yeah.
that's exactly how they get you. They get your friends to market to you.
See,
Like, hey, I have
it
this
was-
great job opportunity. It'll earn you so much money, and they do it because if they recruit you,
Yeah.
whatever sales you make, they get a portion. That's multi-level
Right.
marketing. It's a pyramid scheme.
My sister, she always like sees things like that, and she's like, "Wow, this is such a great idea." I'm like, "Don't be gullible."
Yeah, you remember, because I lived with you. You remember when I was trying to sell, like, when I was young and dumb and trying to sell those fucking vacuums?
Yeah.
That's an MLM.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so I got suckered into one of those.
Young and dumb and full of vacuums.
Yeah, young, dumb, and full of vacuums.
I got sucked into one of those sales jobs for exactly a day, and then I left.
Oh,
Good, you were smarter than me. I
Yeah.
stayed for like 2 weeks.
nothing can pull me away from Walmart. I'm too dedicated.
Here's hoping one day something will.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we ever end up making an expansion for D&D.
Oh yeah.
Uh-huh.
If this continues to take off, then I can foresee it taking over.
Yes.
All of our lives.
Yes, and I'm fine with that. I'm fine with
Same.
that.
I would be.
To be honest. God, that'd be fun.
Okay, I need to get my monster, get some energy in me,
Oh.
and I need to get some chapstick because it's really fucking dry and cold up here.
Also, thank you for getting me those things.
Oh,
the
you're welcome.
potions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh,
I
yeah, I was
sent.
looking at the second to last one. That you. Something confuses me. Is it Maiden Bliss either goes into the cauldron second, or is the chopped plant, or is it that the chopped plant goes in second?
Oh, I mean, I sent it to you word for word, copy paste from what Rex.
Fuck. Okay, then I'll have
What-
to ask Rex.
What was the potion, and what is the number associated?
Hey Rex.
Mm-hmm.
What's the number?
Ground of Protection, the second line. Maiden Bliss either goes into the cauldron second or the chopped plant. Is the chopped plant, or the chopped plant goes in second?
Let me see. Hello, Nathrissa.
Hello.
Let's
Again,
see. It was which number?
Okay.
Next to Draw to Protection, there should be like a 4C or a 3B.
It's pound 6D.
Ah, gotcha. Number 60. Mains Bliss either goes into the cauldron second or the chopped plant. That would be or the chopped plant goes into the cauldron second.
Okay, got it. That is a very important distinction.
Yes.
Yeah, I got those while I was at work, and then I sent them to Cadre, and I was like, he would probably like doing these.
You do these puzzles, please.
I was like, I'll work on them later. I'm at work, but if you want to do it in the meantime, here you go.
Let's see. Dojerdosel is the second plant to go in the cauldron, so that means Dojerdosel is chopped. Which means that, okay. 4 plants are the bruised plant, the 4th plant goes in, that goes, what?
The fourth plant that goes into the cauldron. Yeah, so it's distinguishing 4 different
Okay.
things.
I have a question about the potion thing. Since I
Yeah.
was able to make these potions, by following the steps, if I follow the steps correctly in the future, do I have to, like, make rolls for it, or do I just need the supplies to do that?
These potions are simple potions. None of them are going to be as powerful as like your standard potions that you buy from a shop, nor as complex. So they don't require like an alchemy roll. They just require you to follow the instructions, but don't expect them to end up giving you like a potion of healing or anything even that strong. They're gonna have minor effects, and it's yeah.
Okay. I mean, they all still sound very interesting. You know, Draw to the Moon and Isle of Ancient Secrets.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then another question. I don't know the herbs that we have left over, the ones that we collected. I have noted those. Do we know if we can try and plant them in some way to make grow more?
It depends on which ones they are, because you had to harvest them in different ways. Some of them you may have harvested a section of the plant that is plantable, some of them you may have just harvested like leaves.
Okay.
There were 3 more potions, right, that you grabbed that I didn't give you names for yet?
Right.
Okay. I'm sending them to you now. I'm generating them and sending them to you now.
Okay.
One moment. Okay. Got that. Oops. Here we go. And one more. Let's see. 5. Some of these don't generate sensibly.
No.
That's okay, I can do that. Okay. Those are the next 3. We're gonna deal with the recipes later.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
I'm having a bit of a problem with 6D. I'm not sure there are enough clues to accurately complete it.
Well, let me pull up my results really quick, and we shall see. Mm-hmm. 6D. Where's your solution? How audible is Chi, by the way?
He sounds like a background NPC character.
Can you hear most of what he's saying?
No.
No,
Okay.
it's more like a mutter sound in the background.
That's alright
It's like
then.
a sound effect that they'd use for a tavern background.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh. Love it. Then it'll
Also,
work
what's poppin',
because.
Apple-san?
Hello. I'm coherent.
Hello.
Hello.
Good to see you.
Good to see you all as well.
Okay, let's see. Oh, I'm gonna correct myself on 60. It's, I didn't copy a word. There we go. So it was exactly the other way around from what I said. It's Maiden's Bliss either goes into the cauldron second or is the chopped plant.
Fuck.
Go.
Okay.
Third plants to go into the cauldron's ground. Fourth plants are bruised plant. The fourth plant to go into the cauldron. Woodleaf and Dorgodusel. Dorgodusel is the second plant to go into the cauldron.
Dorgodusel goes in second. Third
Mhm.
plant to go into the cauldron must be ground. And Mainless either goes into the cauldron second or is the chopped plant.
Yes. Which, I can give you this because it's obvious. That means that Maiden's Bliss is the chopped plant because it says that Durgadusel is the second plant to go into the cauldron.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Mhm.
The question, and then the fourth plant is not bruised, which means the first plant must be bruised. The fourth plant must be chopped. Second plant must be soaked. Which means that Main Bliss goes fourth.
I do enjoy these little puzzles because, like, it takes a bit to like figure it out, but then once you do, it's kind of like a boop, 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 done.
Yup. It's very satisfying to get to the end of them.
Yeah.
Okay, last
Okay.
thing.
Fourth plant. Oh, yeah, I got it then.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Okay, so the solution to 60, Brandon, is Dark Root Bruised.
Oh,
Dirty
I'm
Vessel Soaked.
driving.
Oh, okay. I'll type it out then.
Yeah, thanks.
Maiden's Floss. Maiden's Floss. That doesn't sound good.
Maiden's Floss.
Sounds like candy floss.
It's like, Draft of the Moon. Let's see. Widow goes into the cauldron.
Oh man.
Okay. Soaked plant is not the third plant.
You know, I wonder. Never mind. I don't want to say that. I don't want to give the GM any ideas.
Hmm. No, by all means, give me ideas. I love it when you give me ideas.
Right. You're like, I love it when you theorize, so then I can do something completely different.
Yeah.
Or sit there and panic as he guesses it completely right, like with Firion.
Yeah, with Fear. Fucking. Y'all guessed it on the goddamn mark. I worked so fucking hard to backtrack that, to be like, no, I gotta make them trust him again.
Dude. I remember
It
I was
worked.
like, I don't trust him. And then he sat there and gave Nathrissa an amulet of non-detection. And then I was like, oh, he must be fine then.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man.
There we go. Dirty
a
Dust
fucking
third
lie.
to go in the cauldron. Thank God. There we go.
I wouldn't have
Sorry.
tried so hard if it wasn't for the fact that, like, Nathrissa, since your character, like, was so new and you were still getting into them, you just immediately, like, trusted them when they said, like, oh, but it could have been Firion. And, like, I heard you go, oh, well, that is a possibility. I'm like, no, she's supposed to trust him. I gotta fix this.
Yeah, you're like, you can't.
Let me
you'd
suss
at
him
least-
out. Wait,
yeah.
wait, no.
If you'd at least fought it, but then, like, the rest of the party figured it out and handed you evidence, then that would have been fair game, and I would have just left it, you know?
Yeah. Nah, man, he's like my childhood weird uncle that came by once
Yeah.
every 3 months.
Right.
Exactly.
I just like the fact that it's like, I need you to doubt him. Okay, wait, not that easily.
Uh-huh.
You know what I want to do? I'm gonna ask Galunair, does Firion Drenthor have any malicious intent with Nathrissa?
Well, I could answer you that, I'm pretty sure, fairly easily.
I mean,
The
What do you
answer
think?
is no. I don't think he actually has malicious intent towards me.
true.
I just
mean,
think that whatever he's doing, he thinks it's worth it to keep this
yeah.
like some big secret.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And it just so happens that it goes against what our goal is.
Yeah. Ugh.
I just want. Now I'm just curious. I'm like, what is it that is so big that you'd risk
Uh-huh.
it all for this one thing you value most?
Yeah. Why
I
is
don't
he working with the cult, and why does he want you?
Yeah. Good questions, everybody. I'm sure you'll
Yeah, I
figure it out
know.
eventually.
Curiosity is what killed this cat.
Mm-hmm.
No, curiosity what kills Aelin. Like,
Definitely.
seriously. That is how I'm gonna die.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more.
Dude,
Okay.
like...
I think
I need
I've
to
gotten
get-
the Draft of the Moon done.
Ooh.
Soaked Merkweed, chopped Hyzon, bruised Durjodussel, and ground Widowleaf.
need to talk to Kakarot and see if these ingredients or whatnot are like super rare or something. I mean, probably not if they're like kind of more minor potions with minor effects.
Mm-hmm.
Also, you're thinking so way ahead. I'm
Yeah.
seeing a lot of immediate problems.
Maybe just
I
like one or
have-
two like more pressing matters.
You know, I think about everything in the game because I have 42 different sections of journal entries and
Jesus
notes
fucking
about the
Christ.
campaign.
You have more notes about this campaign than I do.
I probably do, because it's like, and
Ugh.
some segments I have it broken up. Like since we've gotten to, I've had to probably take the most notes since we've gotten to Singsala because of all the things that we're doing here and all the things kind of coming to fruition and the war. I'm having to
so
take a
use
ton of
I.
notes in Sangsala. I took a ton of notes in the Manor because that was a maze and a campaign in
Mhm.
itself.
Yeah,
I had to take
that was
notes
a
about the
mistake.
Cheshire.
Yeah, okay, listen. Here, I'm hearing all these lists of chapters in your fucking book of journals. And listen, I have a post-it note from Nathrissa that says, "Big titty bad bitch, mommy issues, divinity?" question mark. And that's it.
Yeah.
Can we get a shirt, please, that says "Big Titty Bad Bitch" with Nathrissa's face on it?
Right?
I want to. I want to
Yes.
see. I want to see this like a either like a poster, typical party notes. You have one side where it's a stack of papers, and on the other side, it's literally the poster note that says "Big Titty Bad Bitch" on it.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Oh God, the number of posters we
I
can
could just
got
see
it, mountains
Nathrissa, her legs kicked
papers.
up, like in an office environment. Aelin is like the stereotypical, like, I have all of these documents, like, but you also secretly have one of those
Yes.
boards that has like connecting red wire between,
Oh,
like,
yes.
yarn
Yeah.
between everything.
We
Yeah.
have
But
it.
you just-
It has to. It has to be done now. Gur wants it.
I haven't shown
Oh.
y'all that yet.
But yeah, and then Nathrissa's just got like her heels kicked up on like the dashboard. She's like doing her nails, and the boss turns around and is like, "Good job, Aelin." Nathrissa, what the fuck are you doing? And I'm like, looking good. And also I took like, I took a picture of your what's it called?
Your
I took a
diagram.
Your diagram, so it's fine.
Yeah.
Just imagine.
I shared it. I shared it to the cloud.
I just had an
I'm
actual
surprised.
image pop into my head of a drawing of Aelin with her hand on like the wall of
Conspiracy board.
the,
Yes.
of the conspiracy board,
Yes.
that meme.
The conspiracy guy meme.
Just for being like, it's
And
all
Nathrissa's
coming
just there,
together.
Mm-hmm. Tell me more.
Huh. Go bitch.
Yeah. Oh, work, bitch.
Work bitch.
Yeah. Uh.
I'm like, Aelin, darling, I love that for you.
I
Go. Little
I
rock
don't
star.
understand how Aelin has turned into a bit of comical relief. Like,
Wasn't she always
in
like
her
you?
note-taking.
You wanted to.
Do that
Well,
with
yeah. That was the note taking part was a bit of a surprise, but like,
Yeah.
you wrote her to be like a because like you dump statted charisma, so you wrote
Yeah.
her to be like bumbling in social situations. So she was always going to be comedic.
Yeah,
just
that's
didn't-
true.
Turn out to be the comedy that we expected.
Yeah, yeah. So originally, she was supposed to be like this super shy, quiet girl who's just like, oh, I don't know, like points fingers at each other, like boop boop,
And instead,
And
she turned
then-
into the conspiracy theorist.
with like frazzled hair, wearing glasses, like holding a stack of books and papers.
But if it was Therian all along, then that means.
Using the astral arms to rearrange everything.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god.
4 hands just putting post-it notes on the board.
Moving all
Oh.
the pins around.
Aylin's like, and for my next trick, grows 2 more arms. I have 6 arms now.
Where the fuck did you get those?
Seraph arms.
Oh
If
my
I get so
god.
energetic, all these hold coffee.
Now I would become Ashura's Wrath.
Fourth plant to go in the first, plant to go in the water, second plant. Okay, so Merc leads
And I'll become the way of the actual self.
third.
Oh my god. I'm
Way
gonna
of the caffeinated self.
I'm gonna give a
Hot deception.
a warning, by the way, to my channel. At some point, I'm gonna have to take like 3 or 4 days off of streaming just to fucking write for this campaign, because I have the outline written for today, but God, I don't have anywhere near as many notes as I would want to have for this session, because I just don't have the time or the energy. Like, I took off Thursday to write, and I ended up writing for like 4 hours before I was completely worn out because like,
Yeah.
you'd be surprised how much energy all this streaming takes out of me.
I'm no
It's a lot.
Like, on on Mondays before my session, like, I spend like anywhere from 4 to 6 hours, like, writing, and like, by the end, like, I'm burnt out and tired. Like,
Mhm.
okay, I gotta stop. I gotta take a break before the actual game.
Yeah. I'm actually additionally, I didn't give this announcement earlier, but I'm going to go ahead and do it now. Because of current work schedules, and the fact that my boyfriend is only off on Saturdays and Sundays, and my entire Saturday is devoted to this game, I am going to get rid of the Homebrew Helper and Living Lore segments on Sunday, and I'm considering moving them on to Wednesday. We may just cancel them until the move is complete, and we can look at schedules then when he has a new job, or we may move them to Wednesday. So be prepared for one or the other. I'll probably put a vote up in the chat to see what people think.
I wouldn't be able to join on Wednesdays.
Yeah, and it's, the timing would be unfortunate for people's schedules, but I need at least one day a week that I can spend with my boyfriend, because,
Oh, that's fine.
yeah, it's,
Absolutely.
you know, it's important.
It is.
Yeah,
100%.
and I mean, you're essentially taking streaming as like a full-time job at this
Mhm.
point, so gotta get those 40 hours a week.
Oh, it's more like 60. Trust.
Oh,
I did a
well.
9-hour stream yesterday.
Yeah,
Holy
being
crap.
working for yourself usually involves putting in 60 to 80 hours a week.
Yup.
If you're like, you know, being serious about it, which you are.
40 hours is less than the time that I'm live alone, and there's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes too.
Yeah.
I've finished Flask of Virtues.
I just
Heck
parked
yeah.
my car.
But good, because it is 10:32, and we should get ready
And-
to start.
I got my Red Bull.
We got
Sweet. I have
I
my
have
monster.
My lemonade.
Let me double check something. Music is on there.
You're loving it?
Ba 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 ba.
It's
I hate the
copyrighted.
world. It wasn't the tagline, so it's not copyrighted. Fuck you, McDonald's. I sang it wrong anyway.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba.
What the fuck is that noise?
What? is
It's a
happening?
squeaky toy.
Oh my god.
I didn't know how well y'all could hear it.
Yeah.
But
No, that was pretty clear.
I wanted y'all to hear the terror, you know, wheezing of the chicken.
The terror wheezing of the chicken.
That should be a legendary quote. or a segment of some D&D. The terror screaming of the chicken.
I will write a monster that has terror wheezing as one of its attacks.
And when-
Characters have to make the opposite of a save against frightened. They have to make a sympathy save.
Not to feel sorry for it.
Yeah, yeah. If you fail, then you feel sorry for it and can't attack it for the next round.
It does emotional
Honestly,
damage.
I love the pitiable effect.
Yeah. Brilliant.
Okay, my
Beta
computer's
beta
turning on.
energy.
Beta energy.
Weaponized beta.
Fuck.
Isn't that just a kobold?
Yes.
Oh, they have
power
the
and egg.
grovel.
They
Oh,
do?
wow.
Oh my god, they do! They have grovel!
Yeah,
That's
which
I know, that's what
I
I'm
forgot
saying.
about that.
advantage to attack them.
That hurt. Have a kobold character.
I just imagine
Brilliant.
a kobold going up to someone. It's like, please, please, don't attack me, please.
My god.
I'm just a lovely little kobold.
I've seen that video.
Pretty much. It's
Wait, what video? I just came up with that.
Oh, you have it? Oh, hang on. You got it.
Oh. There's
I'm
a...
tossing you a link.
Shit.
My
What's happening?
headphones were plugged in all day. Why is the
Some
light
Kobold
only
video.
green, yellow?
Find it. Where did a friend send it to me at? Where's the link? Where's the video? Where is it?
I believe in you.
Okay.
Oh, I lost it. Oh, here we go.
All right.
Delicious. Okay, everybody is seated and prepared.
Indeed.
Believe so.
Okay.
Oop.
Well then, we are going to do.
And I have retrieved my character sheet.
Some sneaky little changes over on this side. And then media, so we're going to take there. Okay, and there. Now let's see if this is what I want.
Okay.
Yeah, I think this will do. Sorry, chat, just doing final preparations. And
No, water is second story. Before.
Oh, now he
That I heard
sounds super
clearly.
clear.
Yeah. babe,
Water is second story.
babe,
204.
babe. You're coming through pretty clear. He's not listening to me. Okay. There you go. You can put that on loop for the introduction.
Excellent. I want to just put this here for later.
Alright. Everybody,
Ooh.
we begin where we left off. After a long and dangerous night, the Cardinal Argi found their rest at last, having safely navigated the twisted halls of the wretched manor. But before we begin today's story, let us take a glance at what events first led the intrepid Cardinal Argi to this place. We draw back our lens to another time, months ago, before the Cardinal Argi had a name, before their friendship was even a whisper upon the winds of fate. On the far northeastern shores of Kinra, a lone moon elf by the name of Aelin Mirinen was deep in the middle years of her pilgrimage, set out from the swaddling forests of Lavalon to touch the outer world and learn more of it. On her journey, she made several friends, but it was here that her journey bore the fruit of a terrible knowledge. A Tenjin monk by the name of Junli shared with her the whispers heard in his order, that beneath the jungle of Salika there lay a growing darkness. The cult of Noct, ancient enemies of Alunair, goddess of the moon and patron of the moon elves, was returned, its cancer growing once more. With haste, Aelin cut her journey short and flew home to inform her people and call upon the help of her own organization, the Watchers of the Hidden Path. Unexpectedly, it was Aelin herself that was chosen to face this danger, and with mission in hand, she was sent to Ambalarnen to begin gathering allies for the journey. We jump ahead to a mere few weeks ago to find the Cardinal Argi fully formed at last and triumphant in their battles. Successful in her search, Aelin had gathered to her side Cadre Daro, ambassador assassin from the Sun Elven Kingdom of Ambalarnen, Apusand Vasht Domaihur, a native Jaina of the continent of Salika, and Nathrissa Saral, High Elven Aasimar of the Etherian Empire and chosen of Ardent, god of civilization. In the ashes of Shinokal they rose, defeating the tyrant Kalistare's uprising and freeing the city from its shackles, alongside many of their friends and allies. But at the peak of their victory, Aelin was burdened by a terrible vision, delivered by Alunair herself. Away from the light, the darkness grew. The cult of Noct, having suffered a minor defeat at the hands of the Cardinal Argi in the ruins of Asaset, sought to move once more. Their eyes now turned to Pattal, home of the Prequala Jaina, and the secrets that lay buried there. To what end? None could know for sure. But soon a veritable army of Shadowfae and minions of the dark god of night would descend upon the Isle of Sang-Sala, seeking its ruin. But hope glimmered in the gathering gloom, a boon offered by the goddess of the moon. Upon the isle, a lighthouse, visible under only the glow of the fullest moon. A sunken temple, locked away by the power of this tower. 3 crystals, whose light would turn the lock. Find these things, and Alunair would bless her devoted with the power to face the cult, and hopefully turn the tide. In haste, the Cardinal Argi gathered what they could and made for Astadash, the settlement of the Prequala tribe upon the Isle of Sang-Sala, to aid in its defense. There, through the whispers of the Weird, read by their new friend Iceland, they learned of the location of the first of 3 crystals. Thus did they find their way to the wretched manor and face the rigors of the bloody night, emerging triumphant at last mere hours ago. Now, we return to our party, as the dawn slowly begins to creep strands of orange and red through the blanket of clouds above the mountains. Resting in the churned earth amid the twisted trees of a once hostile forest, now turned peaceful, the Cardinal Argi take a breath of relief and admire their prize, a shining blue crystal twice their tallest size, a gift of thanks from the spirit of this place and sign of their victory. Cardinal Argi, as your rest ends and you watch the frost upon the grass and trees begin to glisten in a cold, late autumn morning, what do you do?
Oh my god.
That was certainly involved. I'm glad we've...
Honestly, I'm happy that the house is gone. I mean, part of me kind of wanted it, but in all honesty, I'm happy it's gone. I hate
It came with a lot of baggage.
It did. It did. I'm glad I don't have to make that decision. I'm glad it's just
Yes.
like, no, it's gone. I don't have to. It's done.
Just checking, like, it's essentially like we are outside and it is just ruins, right?
Correct. So, where you are sat currently, is perched on the mountain slope, a less steep section, more level, and there was this clearing that surrounded where the manor was. When you emerged from the ruins of the manor, which was completely collapsed behind you, you witnessed that some of the trees had actually crawled their way up onto this ridge. It's not nearly as thick as the forest below, but there are some dotted trees around you. You're sitting with your back against this large blue crystal with the dome provided by your quartz crystal.
Oh,
surrounding it.
I actually I didn't want to put that up because we had only been awake for like an hour or two.
Gotcha. Then you do not have the dome. You are simply rested against the crystal. You have succeeded in a short rest, so please regain anything that you would on a short rest.
Oh, all right.
Oh. Thank you.
Yay, everything. No.
If only.
Well,
Some things. Oh.
Like a few things.
I mean, I'm at 57 out of 59 hit points and I get all my ki back.
I get all my inspiration points back.
I can help with a little bit of health if people need that.
I've got nothing.
No, well, if you're injured, you can use hit die to heal.
Ah, that's true as well.
And Cadre, you provide additional hit points when people do that.
Yeah, Song of Rest.
How many additional does that heal?
I believe it's an extra D8.
Yeah.
Oh, then I need to roll an extra d8.
Does that apply to myself as well if I heal?
Yes, anybody that rolls hit die during that short rest.
Whoa.
I'm gonna do one of these. Let's see.
And your hit die, the number of hit die
Yeah.
you roll is equal to your level, right?
That's how many you have.
Alright.
You have
How
you
many
have a number of hit die equal to your level. You can roll as many as you wish. You can roll one at a time, but keep in mind that on a long rest you only restore half of your hit die, your spent hit die.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Wait, you mean on that?
Half your level on a long rest, you restore half your hit die,
Yes. So
but you can expend as many as you want.
yeah, you have
Interesting.
10. You have 10 hit die. If you were to spend all 10 of them, then on your next long rest, you would regain 5 hit die. So you would only have 5 hit die to spend for that next day.
Then I will use 5.
I'm incorrect. Song of Rest is 1d6 hit points at this level for Cadre.
Ah.
The Song of Rest and a Wizard hit die for me. I think I'll do that. Just use one.
Oh,
I can't remember. I don't know if I did healing towards the end of the battle with.
You did expend your healing hands.
On
Okay.
yourself.
Yes, I remember that. But it says I was at full according to my sheet as of the last update. So I don't think that's correct, but I wanted to double check.
You were at 42 out of 51, according to my
Was
notes.
that 42? Okay.
Yes, I think I'm doing mine right.
Yeah, that sounds.
Yeah.
Jeez. Wow, that was some garbage rolls. Oh my.
Yeah. So, and make sure that you're rolling that free d6 so long as you're spending at least 1 hit die.
I am at max HP.
Mhm.
Oh, wait, I
Max
need to roll- I have
HP
plus-
for Cadre.
Ideally, rolled one hit die. That's plus 7.
If you, I just realized this because if you want to save some time, you can use this. Oh yeah, you're right.
You add your Constitution modifier to each one,
Oh.
by the way.
Mhm.
Oh. Ew.
I am
Yeah.
one
So you
under
probably
max.
won't need to. You probably will not need to roll all 5 of those.
Yeah. I just realized.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll have to re-roll then.
Yeah. And
So,
then
yeah. So I do believe Nathrissa, that puts you at full.
Yes.
Mike, wait.
And that was plus the Song of Rest on there, so
Yes.
I took down
Mhm.
3.
I'll do 4 then.
Okay.
yeah, and then you get your con back for each hit die spent. So if you're like a +1, you would gain +4.
Yeah.
And Padre, I think you have a D8 hit die as a bard or a rogue.
You do.
Well, then I've got to re-roll anyway.
So you would, yeah, it would be 4d8 plus 4 plus 1d6.
And Apusand, you're at full
Why
now,
plus
right?
4?
I'm one under full, as far as I can tell from my
1
math.
under
Oh,
full.
plus
Okay.
1d6.
I didn't
Ah.
lose very much HP, and I'm at. I have a lot of HP.
Let's see, Cadre. Your Constitution score is a 12, Cadre, so you're at getting
Plus 1.
+1 health per hit die that you roll. That's where she got the extra 4.
Okay.
Oh,
I'm
yeah, hold
going
on.
to open Avre and do some syntax testing.
Okay. Enjoy the first part of the session where we syntax test our dice rolling bot. Okay, so Upsund is at 96 of 97. Nathrissa is full. Aelin is at
Full.
50. Oh, right, because you got the extra die. So.
Mm-hmm. It's a d6.
Mm-hmm.
So we're probably just spending the first hour all just like laying there doing nothing. We're just
Yeah.
like,
not.
ugh.
I-
Like,
Yeah, I
is-
feel like it's just like a mutual like silent agreement to silence.
And it's weird because Aylin's not even talking. I'm just sitting there staring directly into the sun. I'm kidding.
I feel like we're just
Into the sun.
directly into the sun.
So I was assuming you guys were spending enough time for the short rest, which is
Yes.
why I mentioned dawn. Dawn is coming as you're finishing your short rest.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
That about
watching the
an
sunrise.
hour of rest, and the sun begins to creep over the mountains.
We can see the sunrise. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, so we're just kind of sitting there in the silence for an hour, and then at the end, there's a point when there's still no words from Aelin, and I pull out the bag of holding that I picked up from Ren,
Okay.
and I just turn it and I dump it out in between my legs like a kid dumping out their toy box.
Okay. You turn the bag inside out. Out comes first a number of ration kits, not like your standard fare that you'd find here, but it's several packages of like black cloth wrapped around some preserved meats and cheeses and fruits, it looks like. There's 10 of those.
Okay.
You find 5 changes of clothes, all very similar to or the same as what he was wearing.
Alright.
You find an Alchemist's Kit.
Ooh.
You find some butcher's supplies. You find a set of strange medical instruments, most of which are recognizable to anybody who's medically trained. You find a large collection of empty bottles ranging in various sizes. There's about 16 in all.
Okay, I figured a syntax that works. There we go.
Alright.
You find 3 bottles of blood. You can tell it's blood, but each one looks different.
Alright.
You find 2 strange, very unsettling looking syringes full of a deep brackish liquid.
Brackish?
Yeah, it's very dark, almost impossible to see through, but if you were to hold it up to the light, it's just a bit of light comes through it. It's almost black and like rust colored. You pull out, hold on a second, I've actually got to pull out the description of this. Where was it? Was it 4? Yes. Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, you pull out what appears to be a small vial. It has... It looks like it's fashioned not just out of glass, but a very pure, like, crystal, but it has stains down it that look like dried blood. The bottom, both the bottom and the top are fringed in little metal filigree around its edges. And it has dangling from the top by a wire a cork. As it gets onto the ground, it begins to glow a soft greenish light.
I set those aside.
pick it up and cast Identify using a ritual.
Okay. You begin to ritually identify it. So that'll be 10 minutes. And additionally, a small diamond-shaped crystal falls out onto the ground. It is roughly polished. It is translucent and blue.
Does it bear any visual similarities to the
big
crystal
one.
that Apusan uses?
Oh.
No.
Oh, an Omulon?
No, I
not
think
an Omulon crystal,
a stone of the Arcanist.
Arcanist Reserve.
That's a good one.
Oh, okay. And it's not an Omulon crystal either.
No, it's like a cloudy blue color, almost
But
like
it doesn't
frosted
bear-
glass.
Okay, so it
Oh.
doesn't resemble Apusan's.
No, it does not.
Okay, thank you.
Abasan, can you identify?
I should be able to, yes. I'll check real quick.
I guess, just, check out this, crystal. It's probably just a raw gem, but could be magical.
Never hurts to be sure, and I will have to ritual cast as well. I don't have it prepared, so I will do the same.
Okay.
I start putting away, like, the clothes, the kits, the medical instruments.
Could I use the Alchemist Kit?
I mean, I'll just keep it in the bag of holding when you need it.
Yeah, that's fine.
I was thinking about just setting it up at, in the workshop back home.
That's actually a pretty good idea. Although, if that's a kit, that's something we can take with us, but we could use that to give us some ideas to set up something at home.
Yeah. Well, I look at the ration kits, and I just kind of want to check to see, like, how... What's the word? Good they are, the quality. Like, are they edible?
Okay. Make a survival check.
I'm just, like, inspecting them, like, should I eat one? 7.
7? They look fine.
I just kind of like, goes to eat one.
As you take a bite of the meat, it tastes kind of like salami.
I just turn and offer it to Nathrissa while Cadre and Albasan are identifying.
Yeah, she's just kind of staring really, like, lazily, like when you're hungover, into the sky, like, blinking a bit angrily just at the fact that it's burning into your eye sockets. And you notice that she's absent-mindedly, like, playing, like, with her, tapping her fingers against her collarbone. Almost as if she's going to try and touch something, and then it's not there.
Yeah.
And she sees you handing her something, she just absent-mindedly takes it. And then she looks at you chewing, and she'll pop it in her mouth and eat some as well.
Okay. I just nod and chew while looking at you.
I'm gonna need
she-
you both to enjoy that ration.
Thank you. I will. Nothing better than an after-battle snack.
I'm enjoying this right now.
So,
Yes.
I'm gonna go ahead and move on to the identifications. Cadre, you started first, so yours finishes first. As the spell completes, and the runes trail out of your hand and across the surface, you understand that this is a Cursebreaker's phylactery.
Oh.
This small vial glows a soft greenish light whenever it is brought within 100 feet of a curse. It glows brighter the closer you are. Cadre, currently it is glowing decently bright.
Ooh.
As an action, when you are within 10 feet of a curse, you may sacrifice a number of hit points equal to the maximum roll of one of your hit die as you pour your blood into the phylactery in a dark ritual. If you do so, you may immediately learn the full effects of that curse and its level.
I'll do that now.
Okay.
Jesus Christ!
So I
Ooh.
just see you just like put your blood in it, and I'm like,
Just like,
Aylin's
oh.
like not questioning it. So how many hit
Mhm.
die?
I think
Well,
if you like
it's-
do that,
Equal to the full roll of one of your hit die, so that would
So
be
8.
8 hit points. But go on, Nathrissa, what were you gonna say?
they told me another time before, like, that he gets weird around, like, this vial of blood, right?
Mm-hmm.
If I see that and I see, like, he immediately comes back from this identify ritual, and he's like, whoop, gotta zoop myself with a needle, can I, like, just turn and nudge Aelin and be like, this is fine, right?
This is fine.
And you do.
Aelin just kind of looks at Nathrissa, and she's like, he identified something and then immediately did something else, so I trust that he knows what he's doing.
Aw.
She just
Aw.
nods and then, like, closes her eyes and leans back against the crystal.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't feel like you would do that and then proceed to do something stupid.
Cadre.
Okay.
You didn't check to make sure that you're within 10 feet of the curse, however you are.
Well, it's glowing green, so I figured it must
Yeah.
be pretty darn close.
Mm-hmm. The curse that it is currently reacting to is one that was incurred onto your person by the hand of Khaldun's hammer.
Khaldun. Wait. Who's
Oh.
Khaldun again?
The
It's
smith,
the dwarven
expertise.
hand. It is
Oh, okay.
the item giving you expertise in smithing. Your identify on the item fell just short of identifying the curse when you tried. You understand the nature of this curse. I don't know if you remember the story of Khaldun, but his blessing, the blessing of the man whose hand this belonged to was revoked by Khaldun, god of the forge. And his hand was cut off, which is why you have it now. Khaldun's withdrawal of his protection was not the only change experienced by his former chosen. The god cursed him too, or more specifically, cursed his hand. Any creature that possesses the hand and uses its power will bear this curse too until the end of their days. The curse is simple, that one day, before they die, a creature is guaranteed to lose their hand to an enemy in battle. The loss of their hand represents a devastating loss of the skills upon which they had relied as a craftsman. Thankfully, you have identified this before it's occurred.
I've never used it. Okay.
Well,
It's
by
natural,
binding
it's-
yourself to it, the curse is upon you. But since it happens one day, it is not a guarantee as to when it will occur. And so far, you have not lost your hand. So there's still time.
To remove the curse?
Indeed.
Okay.
Which, by the way, since you identified the phylactery, you also know that as part of a 10-minute ritual, you may sacrifice your own blood in order to break curses that the phylactery has detected. You may target one curse within 30 feet that you are aware of and have learned the effects and level of. Sacrifice a number of your hit points equal to 5 times the curse's level, which you are aware is level 5.
So,
If-
25 hit points.
If you do so, you may break that curse at the end of this ritual. Hit points that are sacrificed to use this item may only be restored through the effects of a long rest or after the greater restoration spell has been cast upon you. So do keep that in mind.
That's okay. Could you
I'm-
copy paste that?
Yes.
That
That's a really
item.
good item.
Yeah, it is.
This is a really good item, actually.
It's one of the ones that I
Hmm.
designed. Hey, everybody, this item is available on my Patreon for free. Alpison, there's a crack.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring
Ah.
that.
Yeah, it's like you're
Yeah.
dragging the mic across something.
Okay, Cadre, if you break the
There you
curse
go.
and we go out and do stuff, you can only restore, what is it, 1 hit point a day?
No,
Hmm?
it's
No.
at
It's
the end of a long rest.
yeah. At the end of a long
Okay.
rest, your hit points are restored as per normal, but you can't restore the hit points that are sacrificed to the vial through, for example,
Healing.
healing of any kind, potions, short rests, anything like that.
Okay. So, do you mention anything about this item? Or
At
are you
this
just
point, he
sitting there
would.
thinking? Okay.
At this point, he'd say, "So, this item's really good. It identified a curse that I actually have upon myself that comes from yeah, fun things. Well, the curse basically means that at some point I'm going to lose my hand.
Oh.
However, the nice thing about this item is that I can break the curse. I have a question, actually.
Mm-hmm.
If I break the curse, am I allowed to now use the hand as normal?
Yes, the curse would be removed from yourself permanently until you lose the item and regain it. Which doesn't mean like putting it somewhere. It means like if it were stolen or completely lost and then you regained it, because the curse is not removed from the item itself, but it is removed from you specifically.
Okay. I will explain this and say, so, because I'm not one to take risks of a... I prefer to have lower health right now than the possibility of losing one of my hands for a moment longer.
So the curse that you have on you, you can lose a
Get rid of.
hand.
The item, this item, the phylactery that I just identified, not only can identify curses, you can pour your life force into it and use that energy to break a curse.
Now, is this phylactery cursed?
No, evidently.
Are you
I mean,
sure?
it would be kind of weird if
Okay.
the phylactery of curse breaking were cursed.
Well,
It'd be humorously ironic, but
Always,
it would be
always
kind of
positive.
pointless because it can identify curses within 10 feet. So
Ah.
what if it's
it
self-exclusionary?
would be like, well, yes, I'm
mean-
cursed.
Okay. One second.
Hmm.
Oh, I'm looking at my thing that I can do.
Ah.
Well, I just in case, I can remove curses
Oh,
as well.
Oh.
But I can't break them, you know. It's
so
more
you can
like
suspend them.
yes.
Okay, this thing breaks them.
That is powerful.
I would
Okay.
like, if it's
Hold
okay
on,
with
I
you
got
guys,
it. Okay.
Well, I'd much rather you just be a little bit worn down than losing
Possibly
an
lose
entire
my hand.
Yes.
Yeah.
Same here. I will use the 25 hit points at this point.
Okay.
Would you like me to help prepare you after that?
You would have to use a greater restoration spell.
Ah,
Have that.
I do not. At least I'm not ready right now.
Yeah, you'd have to do that, or I'd have to take a long rest. Considering it's dawn, I
Mhm.
can't really do that.
That's fair. We'll just have to make sure you stay out of harm's way.
I'm not in the front lines for a bit.
Yes.
All right.
So
I use it.
you cut your hand deep with one of your knives, And
I imagine, considering his half his health points, he'd actually like slice his wrist.
oh yeah, pretty much. It's very painful, and you watch as the blood pours down into the crystal. Your hand's shaking a little bit from the pain, but you've been through many battles. You're used to that. And as it drips down into the crystal vial, it begins to sizzle and burn, and the green light just like sparks and intensifies. And it arcs up your arm. And you see it kind of form these patterns like sigils as it arcs across your armor, and then shatter like glass as the blood in the vial burns away, leaving a few rusty stains. The curse is gone at this point.
Holy shit.
That was a lot of blood.
The vial's
A lot of blood.
glow recedes, but is not entirely gone.
I move towards Aelin.
Make an investigation check.
I
13.
Hold on.
13.
Like, doot, 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 doot.
Hold on. I need to send a message.
One moment.
I feel like also we could, like, if necessary, we could deafen for a second and then just come back.
Yeah. No, this should be okay.
Okay.
One sec, I got this.
Okay. 12.
Cadre, as Aelin shifts uncomfortably and you move the vial around, first of all, you can see a bit of the discomfort on her face as you bring it closer. Second of all, the glow does intensify slightly.
Wait.
What you getting all wiggly
I'll use
for?
8 hit points to identify it.
Okay. 8 more hit points.
Oh,
Do you keep in mind all of the hit points that are spent on this?
I
That
know,
includes the
I
8.
know.
Okay, cool.
He's gonna go back home in the tower probably after this.
I'm watching
Okay.
Cutter like you are doing that with some vigor.
This is...
It's like, because I don't like other people controlling what we're able to do and not do.
I understand
Yes,
that.
it's quite a price.
Cadre, you learn that there is a curse upon Aelin from one of the items that she carries. You don't know which one. It is the curse of greed. It is causing her to feel as though she requires that item and is completely unwilling to give it up for any reason.
Interesting. Very interesting. Hey, Aelin.
What?
Do you mind if I ask you a question?
Depends on the question.
It's more of a just kind of a personality thing. Because, like, for me, I know that the one item that I feel like I just can't live without is my violin. Like, I mean, I don't know what I'd do without it. Because, quite frankly, it's, you know, part of my fighting style. It's part of how I entertain people. It's, you know, it's that kind of thing. I was just wondering, because I'm not sure if you ever feel the same way about any particular item. I'm just wondering, is there any particular item that you do feel that way about?
It seems like a very pointed question.
Well, I mean, I figure we all kind of have those items. I was just wondering.
I know, but you just did the little drip item. By the way, are you feeling all right? You need to sit down.
I am feeling a little dizzy. I'll be
Listen,
honest.
sit.
I'm gonna sit.
We'll sit in a circle. Yes.
Your
But,
colors are getting a little pale there.
Yeah. I think I'm done for the day with this item.
Okay.
But
So that's a 12, because GM knows why. And when you ask that question, I'm like, I mean, there's items of significance that I hold, like, but nothing really that I couldn't live without.
that's surprising.
Why?
Well, I'll level with you. You're currently afflicted with the Curse of Greed, which means there's an item that you are unable to live without right now. Or that you feel that way about.
Aelin, she kind of steps back from you. Just like takes a, one step back, and then she just says, I know.
No, I'm not saying
This
you have to
okay.
give up the item.
We have discussed this. This curse is very complicated. More than that. But like, it's not that big of a deal. Hold on.
Oh yeah, wait.
Hold on.
Did they get? Did
Well, I
they
mean-
get to
Oh,
discover
God.
what level it is too?
I got a 9.
They do get to discover what level it is. Give me a moment. I'm searching for where I actually put the notes on this because it's not
I will
where I
send
thought it
you.
was.
I will send you my notes. About everything that I have written about it.
Is it this one? Aha,
I'm
yes,
kinda-
here it is. Okay.
That's all my notes about it. Scroll to the bottom for the important part.
Oh, I have my own notes.
I like how the
Okay.
discovery of a simple item leads to intrigue.
Oh yeah. Doesn't it always? So let me
my-
give the exact details to Cadre on this.
Oh.
When a creature turns to this item, they become enamored by it and consider it a prized possession, and believe it essential to the things they want. They will refuse to part with it and will become wrathful if someone takes it, and may panic if they cannot find it. This can extend to a form of madness around the object itself, where the holder may focus all of their interests and energy on the object. That you've been around Aelin long enough, it doesn't seem to be the case. There's not like an item that she is obsessed with. The level of this curse is level 3.
Alright. Interesting.
With my deception, sorry. I mean, I got a 9 on a deception check.
Wouldn't I be able to
So-
make an insight check versus that?
Oh yeah, of course.
Okay.
And
you don't
I'll tell
trust what
you,
she's saying right now.
and then I got a 12 on my other deception check.
Mm-hmm.
18.
My 9 on the deception check was whenever I said, it's not that big of a deal though. It's definitely a big
It's
deal.
definitely
a
It's
big
deal.
like,
He's
yeah,
like,
oh
"Hey,
yeah.
You're full of shit."
And I said like, oh, this, I said this curse is a lot more, we've talked about this before, this curse is a lot more complicated than what you just said, but it's no big deal. That was a lie.
I'd like to make another insight check on whether she's being truthful about whether it's more complicated than it actually is. Wait,
Well,
what the hell?
Aelin, make a
okay,
charisma check.
11. Why did it put the roll after the... That's weird. Okay.
4.
She's being truthful. It is more complicated than it seems.
Okay. So that may mean that the curse is hiding its true nature behind a facsimile of some kind.
all I have to say is that this is a very complicated thing for me to talk to because of how it affects me. We know that I'm cursed. We've talked about it before.
Wait. This is that curse, which means there's no way in there is no way in the 9.
In the 9 what?
I'm trying to remember what the term is. The 9
Hells.
Yeah, the 9 hells. There's no way in the 9 hells that this is a level 3 curse. This is a level 9 curse masquerading as a level 3 curse. Especially
I'm sorry, what?
I don't know what the level of curses means. Like, I've never.
Have you seen when Nathrissa uses a rather powerful spell? Those are usually like a 4th or 5th level spell.
Right.
They're known as emanations.
Oh, the
Yes.
emanations.
Yes,
With
emanation.
magic.
It's a 9th level emanation curse, is my guess. Granted, it's a guess, but it's a guess.
Oh, and you can only detect up to 8th emanation level curses?
I don't think so. I don't actually know.
Yeah, there's no description. Your understanding of the item didn't include like how it identifies curses, whether it has a limit to what it can identify. That sort of knowledge just with identify you couldn't understand that. That's more like testing, trial and error.
So hold on. I need to send another message.
Well, I'm looking over at Nathrissa. Admittedly, I'm curious if anything I'm holding is cursed, but I kind of want to be the one who does it.
I hand it to Opposant.
Oh dear. Well then.
Okay, you hand it to
Are you going
Abasant.
to
The glow.
keep
You
them
guys
all
are sitting all
blood-letting?
close together. The glow doesn't change at all.
I step back.
I'll take a few steps back just to see if it stays glowing when I'm holding it.
Make an investigation check for me.
All right. I imagine it does not involve smell.
No, you cannot smell the light coming from the vial.
Nope. Have to be taking something really powerful out of
Wouldn't
that.
the glowing vial staying glowing be...
The light overall is dim, so it requires investigation checks to see the fluctuation.
Ah.
With a 20, you would be able to tell that it does dim slightly moving away from Aelin.
Okay, but it doesn't seem to change anything because I'm holding it, so I think I
Yeah,
can
no.
safely say that I'm pretty
Y-
clean at this point.
You can safely say that if you had a curse, then moving away from Aelin would not change the light. It would stay the same. So,
Hmm. Oh, hand it to Nathrissa. Are you cursed?
I will hand it over, and I'm. It appears I've been on good behavior.
Abusand, you are making me get up, and I just rise and I take
No.
the.
I'll hand it to you, and I'll step back. You can stay seated.
Fine. It's
No,
wait,
she
wait.
has to step away from Aelin, because Aelin's...
Yes, listen.
Oh,
I
I'm
step
complaining
stand.
even though I'm young. Listen, I have old hips, I suppose. Just let me. I'll get up and
I'll leave that comment there.
I'll take I'll walk away 5 feet.
okay, make an investigation
My
check.
brain can't process this.
Oh, that's +1. A 10.
A 10?
Yeah.
Difficult to tell at only a 5-foot distance.
I'll squint and then I'll just kind of waddle back further.
How far away are you going?
I mean, how far away did Apusan go?
He walked like a couple of feet, like 5 feet.
Oh. I'd be like, Apusan, is it supposed to change at this point? I'll
If-
go another.
It changes very subtly.
I'll hold it up to my face, and I will slowly start walking backwards.
Okay. How far are you gonna walk?
Another 5 feet.
Another
Don't trip
5 feet.
over any roots.
Make an investigation check at advantage.
Aylin's just like waving her hands and
17?
saying like, "Hey, y'all don't have to worry about me. I'm probably better off just, staying the way I am. Everything's under control."
The last time we left something and didn't think about it, we got traced.
With a
Someone?
17, Nathrissa, now that you've put it up to your eye and you can block the other one, you can in fact see that the further away you move from Aelin, the light does dim. You can safely assume that you're not under the effects of any curses.
It's like, no, I think we're all good.
Except for Aelin.
Well, yes.
Right, I need to make another
Actually,
roll then.
Considering the way this thing works, Opposant, it might be best if you hold on to it.
True. I am fairly hardy.
Yes, but is bloodletting really necessary for that?
To make
Well-
it work? Yeah.
Just very... I don't know. I don't like it.
Well, it works. I'm no longer cursed.
Yes, but you also look gaunt, like you haven't ate in 5 days. Listen, I'm just worried. I mean... yeah.
Right.
And she'll
I
just kinda
think,
sit back.
Cadre, can we set up the tower? Cadre, you probably have to go and take care of the tree anyways. You can at least, stay home for the day. And then we need to journey back home, which is a 2-day, day-and-a-half journey anyways.
Don't we need to bring the crystal to the thing?
Right.
Oh! Well,
Turn and
oh,
look at the
well,
big
actually-
crystal.
Okay. As you all turn and look at the big crystal, I'd like everybody to make intelligence checks, please.
Okay.
Alright.
Alright.
Because there's something that you're all forgetting that I would like to tell you.
8.
Wow.
3,
God.
4. Nathrissa, please
Hold
save
on,
me from this hell.
I'm sorry! I have a +1! A
12! That's above a 10.
Use-
Thank you. Okay. If you recall that the point of finding the crystals was not to bring them to a particular place. It was not to do something special with them. You were supposed to, quote-unquote, unward them, which, in this case, meant when it was in its original tower, before that tower crumbled and the spirit dragged this crystal away, there were these metal wards, clamps, that closed over the top. It has been ripped free of those, so now the only point would be to ensure that it is exposed to the night sky when the full moon comes.
And it's
So-
sitting in a clearing.
It is sitting in a clearing. It has full view of the sky. There's nothing more you need to do.
Yeah, she's
Okay.
sat and watching you guys being like, how are we gonna do it?
Can I make another intelligence check then to try and determine what would the point of the Shadow Fae coming to find the Moon Ward themselves, these stones themselves, if their objectives would just be to unward it as well? It's
They'd probably
like,
try to break it and destroy it so it couldn't even be exposed to the air, or unward and hide it so it can't
Yeah.
see the night sky.
There's no intelligence check that you could make because that information would be something that you'd have to discover on your own.
exactly. So
So-
leaving it here exposed is a risk for the Shadow Fae that were already seen in multitude number in these woods that, the Leshen took care of.
Except now we have the Leshen who is no longer fighting against an evil house, so the Leshen will probably rip the Shadow Fae, whoever tries to touch it, to pieces.
I mean,
Also, as much
Like
as
it
I
did
love
the
this
other ones.
theorizing, I'm assuming
All of the
that-
other ones.
this conversation is done under the assumption that Nathrissa shares this information.
Indeed, you're right.
Thank you.
wait.
All right.
True. That was something that Nathrissa gained the
Okay.
knowledge of. She hasn't actually said it in character.
Okay.
So
I know you're. I know that you're like thinking ahead. You're like, what's next?
Yeah.
But yes, no. Nathrissa's just like, Aelin, you look very fraught. I'd much rather get home if we could. I mean, I think we're done here. You know?
I think so as well.
So, set up the tower, Cadre, do your business, and then we just fly away.
I believe we have another crystal, correct? Or am I misremembering?
you were given the location of another crystal, but I believe that the plan was to return to Astadash first.
Yes.
Okay.
We were to go to Astadash, check in on any updates. I need to talk to Fuinanan and update him. We also probably need to let the leaders know that the cult has been tipped off already that we're here. I guess that wouldn't really make much of a difference.
No, but everyone having the same information is better than only part, right?
I agree.
Yeah. So we go back to Astadash. Cadre does his thing. Cadre, while you're there, could you actually take all these herbs? And I just start pulling out all these herbs. And I just say, and give them to, the gardener.
Sure.
And see if he can plant them.
Just give me the ones that actually still have roots on them. I have a feeling that, well, I mean, he'll know if the leaf ones can be used as plantings.
Just to take care of it, like, I'm just not worrying about it too much right now, so Aelin's just handing them over, all of them, so you can hand over all of them, so we kind of do it in lumps so we can deal with it later.
Alright.
Yeah.
Okay.
First of all, Nathrissa, are you capable of flying?
Well, sometimes, I guess.
Like
if you mean
us.
summoning the chariot,
Uh-huh.
I can do so.
Okay. I think that should be our first step, and then Aelin kind of just tries to gauge the direction on the map of, south, I think?
Okay. Well, with that in mind, give me 1 second, as I have to take my headset off now that it's wired to arrange things.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to take a brief pause to use the restroom.
Okay. Yeah, and with this crystal, like, out of character, I'm worried that the Shadowfae are gonna do something to fuck it up, but I also have no idea what we can do to try and
How
ensure its safety.
how long is the trip back to Astadash?
It's about a day and a half.
Right. During that time, Cadre is going to work on etheric transcription.
I gotta use the bathroom. So Kadra, you'll at least have to spend 2 hours, 1 hour to get to the, oh, yeah, 1 hour to get to back home, 1 hour taking care of the tree, and then the rest of the time would be doing the Etheric Transcriptor, and if you're coming back, that would be another hour.
Testing. Are you able to hear me?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Excellent. Good, then it can be on this side. So, if you look on the screen, I have put back down the map of the Isle of Sing Salah. As you are all aware, you had made your way into the Priyaranath saddle, which is where I am currently pointing. Give it a few seconds to update, between the singular lone mountain and the rest of the range. Astadash is back here at the cenote. It took you a little under 2 days, if I recall, to make your way all the way. You had to spend the night on the mountain's peak and then actually find your way through the forest. It should be shorter now that you aren't having to pick your way through a forest to locate this place. Just a little over a day to get home if you're using the chariot for part of your journey.
Yeah, and then that lake where the Skyn Witch is where the other location is. And we don't know where the third one would be.
Correct.
Part of me wonders if we can triangulate them, or if they're just random distances, random places.
You're not sure?
So here's my idea. We go home, deal with what we have to, find information on what a Skyn Witch is, see what information comes up from that, and then, after that, we wait until the day of the full moon, because I have a general location of where the lighthouse will be on the night of the full moon. On the night of the full moon, the lighthouse will open up a portal to all 3 locations, which will mean it will open up the way to the last location. So on the night of the full moon, we will have to go to that last location and undo the ward, and then go back to the lighthouse to finish everything else. However, I do have something that can trigger the effects of a full moon before an actual full moon.
Oh.
But I need to think about that more and try and pinpoint the location of where the
Did
lighthouse
I get
will
extra
be.
information on one of the lighthouses because I gave up something?
Oh, to the Shesha?
Yeah. What did I get for giving up my...
Oh, sorry, I realized I'd muted this mic. That was how you found the location of the second tower, the one that's on the lake near the Skyn Witch.
Got it. Okay, cool.
The other location for where the crystal is going to be surrounded by a shipwreck, I think.
Technically, you don't have that information. That was me.
No.
That was me out of character asking you guys which you would prefer more.
The what's his name? Oh my god, Antler Dude, come and Diaz.
No.
I can show you the notes.
Okay. Out of character, in the player chat, at one point, I asked you which would you prefer more. A temple on a lake, a haunted manor, or a shipwreck for the location of the crystal. Then, when you guys decided on haunted manor, I had Iselin deliver the message. Me asking that question, you may have taken those down as notes, but that was completely out of character.
I'm trying to find the notes of what Iceland said specifically. A temple amid a lake, a ruined tower amid rocks and crashed ships, but one he can tell me the location of, that we can get it done before the full moon.
Hmm. Okay, never mind. Then that is canon information.
Yeah, so this was the direct notes.
Yeah, that's fine then. So you have that information. I'm gonna. If you don't need the map of Sangsala anymore, then I'm going to start rearranging myself back to the other side of the table.
Well, we need to travel east, southeast, and make sure we avoid the lake. So, well, I guess before we head out and start to fly, Opera-san, could you just maybe, like, call out to the Leshen and ask him to protect the crystal from Shadowfae? I don't know how that works.
Well, I could give it a shot. I suppose it's better than not doing anything at all. Let me think if we have a more discreet method, but it's during the dawn. Again, this is probably better than nothing. Think here. And I would look towards the direction of the manor. And probably towards the direction the last we saw him. Which I guess it would just be the manor because the whole thing collapsed. We were running out of it. Take a moment to think. Lashin, I do not know if you can hear me, but we are wondering if you would be willing to grant us one final request. And that would be to safeguard this crystal so that we may use it to bring further peace in the future.
Okay. Can I have you make a wisdom check for me?
Right? Ugh. That'd be a 7.
Okay. You speak this out, correct? You're
Yes.
just kind of saying this to the wind? Okay. You focus your willpower upon it as you do, hoping that it'll reach wherever the lesson is. You can't be sure. There's really no way to tell.
No. But an attempt is better than none, I believe. We have to trust that we have done the right thing by him and with his crystal.
Indeed.
Yeah. Aelin just goes and stands over by the crystal. Oh, Alinair, please protect this crystal from tampering of Shadowfae, and may its magic help in the days to come. And if I can, I want to try to mark our location on the map.
Okay, you pull out your map. Go ahead and just make a quick survival check for me.
I will ask Opera-san for help. What do you think? What do you think? We're here?
Take a look at that, and I've got a fairly good handle on survival, on knowing where I'm at in terms of being a weapon civilization generally.
Okay.
But
And
I
that,
think I'd like to.
either Aelin or Apisan may make a survival check at advantage.
Okay.
I've got a +6.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I'm kind of sharing the map with you, so you can.
Thank you. So I'll roll that with advantage, so we can try to figure out where we're at. Rotation correct. Oh,
Nice.
20. Yeah, with the 20, you are pretty certain that you can mark your location. You know that you're in the Priorana saddle. You narrow the location to the Corrupted Wood, and based on the landmarks and how far down the slope of the mountain you are, you think you've got it pretty precise. You mark an X on the map.
Okay.
we are here.
Yeah. All right.
Yes, here.
I roll it up. I guess the tower has been set up for Cadre. I have given him the ingredients to hand to our gardener.
Okay.
I go into the tower and in the painting.
Okay, so, yeah. Pulling out the staff, you plant it in the ground, and it begins to rumble over the course of the next minute. It grows into the full size of the 8-story tower, and once it is finished, Cadre steps inside, shuts the door, and heads up a couple of floors to where you've deposited the painting. And as you step inside, you pass once more into that world, the landscape within the paintings, and begin your short for you, long for everybody else, trek to your manor.
Before Cadre would have left, Nathrissa would have tried to go in and give him like a hug and said, "Please, actually get some rest. And you told me I can't heal you, but at least bandage these up, will you? Your hands are precious as an artisan."
Thank you. I plan on getting a full 8 hours of rest tonight, don't worry.
All right.
Doctor's orders, it sounds like.
I'm clearly a medical professional. I know everything about the human anatomy.
Nathrissa,
I was
not
trying
human.
to compliment.
Good point.
Compliment.
Nathrissa, not a human. It's like,
Listen, human, lizard folk, same difference. I'm a medical professional, I tell you.
In your eyes, you can see there's a lot of differences.
Shh, Appa-san. You're so beautiful when you don't speak.
Ouch! Right to the heart.
I know.
Vicious. Okay. Well, then, with that, Cadre departs. And you are all left, just the three of you. The tower at the command of Abisan shrinks back down into staff size, and he places it back on his back next to the crystal one.
Nice.
Slowly becoming Mystagon over here. It's gonna start collecting staves.
I know.
Alright.
What a
Yeah.
collection.
I have 2 walking sticks.
Mm.
We can go skiing.
You would not part an old
I would-
man from his walking stick. Abusan's crystal staff with like stuff spinning around it.
Oh my god.
I use it as a toothpick when really needed.
Oh my god.
That's one
Just-
hell of a toothpick.
Yeah, I think I'd probably no longer have access to it if I did that.
Yeah.
I think so.
So, you begin your journey. How are you beginning your journey? Are you starting with the chariot?
I think I want to just. Well, I feel like Nathrissa would be like, "Oh, it'd be nice to just, have a nice, calm walk through the forest." And then she hears a creature, and she's like, "Never mind." And she.
Nope.
She's like,
Nope, 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 nope.
she's like, So as lovely as this jungle is, and this, the air is so fresh. I love that for us. I'm going to use my golden wheel.
Why do I feel like you're gonna thaumaturgy and tell them to be quiet?
So you pull out the golden wheel, and the divine power flows through you. Your hair, pure white now, rises up around, and the wheel glows with a golden light, and then with the sound of the braying of horses, golden flames course through the air and form a chariot in front of you, pulled by 2 glowing golden pegasi.
All right. Well,
Yep.
shall we?
Hops in.
Okay. Hops in, and you whip the reins, and with another bray, they take off into the air, and a small trail of fire pours out behind you as you soar into the sky. Once more looking ever more the part of the Angel of War. You have the chariot for the next hour, and it will greatly expedite your journey. Can I go ahead and get... from up here, there are going to be perception checks, whoever would like to make perception checks. Actually,
Absolutely.
yeah, that would be Apusan and Aelin, you'd be able to do those. And Nathrissa, I'm going to have you make a... don't make your check yet, but there will be a spell attack roll to control the chariot. It may be at advantage depending on the perception check. Meanwhile, Cadre... actually, we'll get to Cadre after we've done the chariot, since the chariot's the first hour, and it takes him an hour to get back.
21.
21 from Aelin.
It takes an hour? I thought it took a day and a half.
No,
For
it
you
takes-
to...
Yeah, it takes an hour for you to get back to the manor. It takes
Oh.
an hour for their chariot to fade. It takes a little under a day to get back to Astadash.
Got it.
So,
Can't see through the sadness of being told to be quiet.
all right. Yeah, Apusan is so sad that he rolls a 3.
I roasted the shit out of him.
Yeah. Still putting aloe on that burn. However, Aelin got a 21, so Nathrissa, I'll let you make the check with advantage.
Beautiful. Thank you. I have a plus.
We're on day
9.
3, correct?
It is the 3rd of Sodwan.
Okay.
Eighteen total?
Yeah, with an
Oh.
18, you experience no trouble, even though the wind is hard at this height as you do crest far up into the air because you have to pass by Rimsi Peak. You figure you've got things under control. Coasting over the forest below, Aelin keeps an eye out and points out landmarks, just keeps you guys on track. And as that is going on, let's see, this is it first, the third, yes, here we go. Cadre. A short journey for you. It's about 10 minutes for you to walk through, although in the real world it's an hour. And you step once more out of the painting, which I believe you'd moved to the main hall of the manor, right?
I believe so.
Okay. Yes. So your feet hit the wooden floor, and you look behind you as the painting warbles back into place, depicting the same scene. You are home. It is much colder up here than down on the Isle. As you glance around, you can see you've been coming back and forth every day, and you've been watching the repairs on the manor go by pretty smoothly. You can hear off in the distance the hammer coo 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 of a hammer on wood as some of the workers are up and about and working.
I immediately head to the tree.
Okay. You head out into the water garden, and some of the little fish in the pond skitter out of the way. Despite the chill, there's not a bit of frost on the water. You'd imagine that there's some kind of enchantment. The tree is looking healthy, and the sprout is coming through to the point that you're beginning to see the buds of leaves.
Wonderful.
Go ahead and make your nature check for me.
17.
17. Excellent. Loving it.
I can't take a long rest right now because it's the middle of the day. Well,
Mhm.
not the middle of the day; it's the morning.
Yeah.
I'll,
Correct.
I guess I'll spend another
You also
8
have the
hours
herbs.
working on. Oh, yeah, I'll drop off the herbs with the gardener, saying like, preserve what you can of these, plant the rest.
See, I will do what I can. Which herbs did you drop off?
All of the ones that Aelin handed to me.
Yes, I just need that
Yeah.
list.
Gardener, there it is. So I do have like a 0 marked on some of them, and
Mhm.
also I'm gonna post this in private chat so everybody knows. So if there's a 0, of course we don't have those, but that's how many we have left.
Okay. He takes a look at the ones that you hand over to him. Who gathered the widow leaf? Do you remember?
I don't.
That was me, I think.
Yes. That is correct. Can I have you make another nature check for me?
Do 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 do. 14.
Cool. As you hand over the plants, the shy gardener. Hold on, let me find him. Where was he? It's been so long.
Gao Zhao. Oh wait, Kang's in.
Let's see now. Gaoju is the wood carver. We have Kingshin. You put in charge.
Yeah, Kingshin. He's woodworking and gardening.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
See,
He's apparently super fuckable.
oh yeah, he was fucking gorgeous. Like, tall, handsome, very shy, but like, as he turns, like with the dirt covering his scales, you're just like, ah. You feel your heart flutter. See, I will do my best. Some of these are not plantable.
That's
But-
fine. Just preserve those.
See. So he will take the dark root, the merkweed, and there is one plantable widow leaf.
Perfect.
The rest he will hold on to for safekeeping.
Awesome. Okay, great. Now that's done, Kadri is going to head to the place where he left his Etheric Transcriptor and do another 8 hours on Shadow Mastiff.
Alright, fabulous. So...
Because I assume that's... I mean, normally it'd be 12, but you said it was a little less than a day, so I figured...
sorry, a little more than a day. But,
oh, okay. In that case, then...
with how hurt you are, you will need to ensure that you don't exhaust yourself. So 8 hours would probably be good for today.
Okay. But under normal circumstances.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Let me see. Spells. Where did I put your work on Shadow Mastiff?
I mean, I have it written down, if you want.
Oh, yeah, here it is. 32 hours remain. How many hours does it show that you have left?
Let's see, I have written in here 8 hours on it currently. After this 8 hours, there will be 16 left.
Right, that would be 32 total.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
Which-
that's an 8. I just wrote that terribly. Okay, cool. Fabulous. So, yeah, let's have you go ahead and make the roll for the Etheric Transcriptor.
Alright. Okay, cool.
Which,
okay,
by the
so
way,
that's
is available on the Patreon at the $3 tier.
Okay, so
This
that's 1d20
episode
plus
brought to you
6,
by
right?
Grinning
'Cause
Gamer.
it's... Yeah. Yes, okay.
Yep, half proficiency because you're not proficient in it, but it's with intelligence, so...
I am going to use Gift of Luck.
Ooh, okay.
Have you
'cause I
ever
believe
been a
it's worth
Have you ever been a bard that wanted more spells? Try out the Etheric Transcriptor,
Yep.
created by the Grinning Gamer, available
24.
on Patreon at the $3
Oh
tier.
yeah, 24 easily exceeds the...
And I'm really
necessary.
glad I used that Gift of Luck, because otherwise it would have been an 11. That would have sucked.
Okay, so 16 hours left, and that drops it to...
I would have had to cast that at a 3rd level slot, so that would have meant I'd have one more use of Gift of Luck left.
Okay. For the day, but you're
Yeah, for the day.
probably about to take a long rest, so...
Probably, so that won't really matter. But who knows, I might need it.
Suddenly, the manor falls under attack.
Right.
That would suck.
So, we return to the rest of the party. An hour has passed. You've made it past the peak of Rimsi, down onto the slope, not quite beyond. You can see the lake glistening ahead a couple miles in the distance from this height. As you set down to let the spell fade, are you going to use another slot?
Yes, please. Pass the lake.
Yeah.
And then we can walk the rest of the way when we get past that river off in the distance.
Right. Yeah, you're right. You're right. All right.
Okay.
And I will do so again.
Okay, so the flaming chariot bursts into existence again. You hop on. Same checks as before. Perception from Abasand and Aelin.
A 27.
Will do I still get advantage?
Yeah,
if
with
they get
Aelin's
to
27, you definitely get advantage.
And my perception is a +2.
Man.
I just want something better than what I had previously.
15.
Okay.
Mhm.
We're rolling real low up.
Well, 7 is better than 3, Abasand. 15 for
Yes.
Nathrissa isn't bad. So you soar out and actually head directly over the lake, presuming that you can make it past in time. You keep yourself very high above the water.
Dude.
With Aelin's perception, as you're coasting above, it's very easy to guide yourself, Nathrissa. And Aelin, with that 27, as you pass over the lake, you can glance down, and you can see dead center. There is despite the light of the day and the relative clear skies, with just kind of like a thin blanket of clouds, you can see that there is a low fog that spreads out from the center of the lake, and poking up through it, the tip, just barely visible from this height, of a pyramid-like structure.
It's so beautifully evil.
Very interesting. Oh, hey, we can just go down, right? I'm kidding.
No.
All right,
Fuck it, we'll
Rex,
just try
are
and
you
do it.
ready?
I'm literally
ready?
like a minute into playing.
We
and
end the session early, and I'll throw all my notes out the window.
Just like throw notes as they scatter everywhere.
No. Like the
Who
face
needs
is like,
these?
Alan's like, oh my god. I see that glint in her eye, you know, as I'm like flying this chariot, and I'm like, no, I just cast this. Nope, goodbye. Say goodbye
Yeah,
to it.
yeah.
I don't know what it is, but say goodbye. I snap the reins.
Mm-hmm. So, you coast past the lake, and you do make it all the way to the other side, past the river, before you set down into a much clearer section of the forest.
Just imagine Nathrissa just starts up a rousing chorus of "My name is no, my number is no."
Yes.
Am I allowed to
I'm like
talk? No.
I'm mumbling to myself, and I'm like, oh no, Cadre's rubbing off on me
Wait, what?
in the not fun way.
Kadri's
did you
rubbing
say?
off on me. My name is no. Oh shit. So you sat down on the other side of the lake, far from danger, amid the dappled autumn forest. All around you, the colors are bright. You can see lots of leaves gathered on the ground in bright oranges and reds and yellows. There's quite the variety of wildlife here. Unlike the section of the forest that you were in before, that was very tight, packed, and claustrophobic, here it's wide gaps, lots of walking space. You can see actually decently far in these sections between the thinner trees. You still have quite a bit of journey ahead of you, but you have made it pretty far.
Nice.
Alright, can you do that again?
No can do. I'm all out of juice.
I kind of like give you
I do a little puff. I do a little puff effect with prestidigitation from my hand. Like,
Yeah. I just give you like kind of a soft like one-handed shoulder rub. Well, you did good. Thank you for getting us to this place. Makes our journey much easier.
yeah, of course. I mean, what kind of a friend would I be?
Okay.
So, pressing onward.
Cool.
For this section of the journey, somebody will need to make a survival check to help you find the way. If anybody would like to keep watch, they may make a perception check.
I will definitely like to do the survival check.
I keep watch.
Okay.
I will help Abusan because I'm better at survival.
Bet. So, Aelin, that's a 16 for perception.
Alright, advantage, survival. The proper formatting. Thank goodness.
23 on survival and a 16 for perception. So as you continue to push on through the forest, well, let me do this just in case. But I am going to use Gur's roll for the thing.
Ooh.
Oh, okay. Well, with that, hold on.
Good.
No reason to be worried. I'm just grabbing my Tome of Beasts.
No.
Just some
No,
light
this is
reading,
great.
of course.
This is great.
Yeah, it's totally fine.
It's finally daytime. I can fucking cast my Searing Sun spell.
Do you have the spell slots?
Yes.
Oh.
I saved my upper level spell slots.
You're
Okay.
just like, get out of my way!
I'm like, listen, I've had a really shit day. Boom.
It's like, come get some.
Oh, that would be funny.
I pull out the great bow.
This morning I've chosen violence.
Call
Fantastic.
Cadre back through the thing. Here's the longbow. Have fun. Okay.
Aelin, with your perception check, it is very easy to spot this, as it's not stealthy at all, and the trees are very far apart in this section of the wood. But as you are pacing along, Apusan keeping a very good track of the direction that you need to go in, you see off in the distance, Aelin, amid a copse of pines, probably about 120 feet away. One of the trees is moving. It is... You're like, at first you think it's the wind, like the way that it's like swaying back and forth, but then you realize it's moving towards you.
Like, how fast?
Just at like a walking pace. It's
It's so fucking horrifying.
yeah. The branches are like waving a bit.
Oh, that tree's coming.
What?
I not slowly, I quickly, first of all, will activate my arms.
Okay. It doesn't seem to be walking with intent necessarily. It's kind of like zigzagging back and forth in between the other trees.
Okay. I activate my arms, and then I kind of grab the shoulders of Abusan and Nathrissa and start to like, with my big arms, and like do a big circle around this thing's path. So it seems like it's walking zigzag like in a direction, and I'm trying to go in a large circle around it.
Okay.
Giving it a wide berth.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to need. Are you trying
and
to
stealth.
avoid? Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask. So I'm gonna use stealth checks from the whole party.
Okay, as we're going, I'm like,
Just
hey,
imagine.
Is it
Roger's
possible
like,
to
"I got
guidance
this."
myself
As much
with
as
this?
Yes, it is possible to guidance.
Thank goodness.
my goodness, Aelin, manhandling
What
me at
the
this hour?
fuck?
What the fuck?
Natural 20, 27.
27. Good God.
I would also like to grab a titty, if possible.
Okay,
Yeah.
grab your tits
My
and cast guidance.
My astral arms are guiding their steps with my hands on their shoulders.
Oh no.
Oh.
bad.
15 for Opison. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
For a
Yeah.
-1.
Oh my
A
god.
mighty 4.
What the fuck?
Oh yeah, we love rolling these
How?
ones, baby.
You're
Well, listen, as
Nathrissa, are
she's
you
like,
drunk?
as she's like yanking me along, like, and they're starting to like blend in with the trees. I'm like, Aelin, I don't really love this manhandling so much. Will you tell me what the fuck is happening?
Why are you being so quiet?
Shh, there's a monster. There's a monster tree. I'm trying to avoid it.
What?
As you begin to weave your way through the underbrush, you hear the come to a stop. And like you pause for a moment in the bushes, Aelin, you peek up over the top.
My hands go over on both of their heads, and I push them down while I peek up.
Mm-hmm. And as you peek up over the top and you push them down, Nathrissa, in her struggle, like steps on a branch and you look up over the top and see this pine tree whirl towards you, and like a face open up on it that drips sap, and then it begins rushing in your direction.
I've never seen a tree gallop. I don't like it.
Wait,
It's like 60 feet away right now. What are you doing?
wait, but I rolled a natural 20.
But
And I rolled a
Nathrissa
natural
rolled
one.
That one.
It canceled out.
and it got a 17. I had to
Okay.
average things.
Okay, then I will pick up something, throw it like in a different direction, and I want to purposefully make a loud noise, like crack in the opposite direction from us.
Okay.
So I'm picking up like a rock or a big branch, and I'm yeeting it, and
I'm yeeting it.
trying to make a loud noise wherever it lands, because it seems to be
Yeah.
auditory based.
Do we all have an opportunity to do something?
You could. It's like 60 feet away. It's rushing towards you, but there's a moment, if you would like.
Okay.
Oh, damn it! Did I really not save that?
Let me make sure I don't do another Bellius
me,
moment.
By the way,
Way to attract one tree, not all trees.
Oh well, no, because it hasn't been a long rest since then. Never mind. Well, shit, I didn't save that. Go ahead and tell me what you were gonna do.
Oh god.
Oh, me?
Yeah, if you were thinking of something.
I see this tree running at me, and I see, I see Aelin turn, and she's gonna do something, and I'm like, Ah, shit. And I will prepare to cast Firebolt if it gets too close.
Okay.
And by too
Uh.
close, I mean within 30 feet.
Instead of yeeting a branch, can I do something else?
You may.
It's gonna be way better. I think about eating a branch, and then instead, I turn and look in the direction that we're running, and I open a portal 500 feet in that direction.
Oh, shit. Arcane Gate.
Yep, and then
Yeah, now it
I'm like,
definitely sees you, and it...
I'm like, go,
and
go, go!
begins, like, really charging, but you have a portal right there.
Yeah, right next to us.
Okay.
And then the other spot is 500 feet.
Okay, well then, I don't need this then.
Bad night. You know what would be hilarious? If you put the arcane gate under it and the other side 500 feet up.
Can I? No,
No.
it has to be on the ground, the spell says.
Yeah, it has to, so it opens it like a doorway. It can't, like, be laying flat.
That's fair.
Mhm.
That would be
Um,
amazing.
Yay, I finally get to use it.
Okay, well, you jump through the portal 500 feet
Uh-huh.
away, and then,
Close it.
close it, and it closes, and you're 500 feet again. In the distance, you hear...
That was good. That
Um,
was close.
well,
I just hunch over.
no, I'm really done with all of these violent trees and violent houses. I'd like some
Nature-
violent people. At least they're, you know. No,
At least
actually, they might be worse. I don't know.
Aelin
say
kind
no.
of like gently like brushes y'all off because like she was kind of like moving you guys around, and then she's like, I'm sorry about that. I saw the thing and y'all couldn't see the thing, so I was just trying to guide everyone.
No,
Right,
that's,
right. You know-
worth it. That's worth it.
I didn't appreciate it at first, but then I saw that tree coming, so I get it.
Usually
then-
nature isn't this aggressive,
And
but
then my
we know why.
You know,
And
from
then
my
my-
very limited experience,
mhm,
I would say it has been my majority experience.
angry trees.
Angry nature in general.
True. Well, I turn and look around to make sure it's not like following or nothing's coming after us.
Okay, make a perception check.
23.
With a 23, you look clear. Nothing but a bit of wildlife. A rabbit, startled by the sudden appearance of a portal through the leaves nearby.
Uh-huh. Okay. Then, this was a direction that we were headed anyways, so straight on.
Okay.
Alright.
Continuing on, since you weren't really disturbed by the battle, I'll maintain your survival checks. Eventually, as the day passes, and the sun moves from overhead through the clouds to the west, where it begins to set, you find yourself cresting just near the base of, the space in between the mountains that you have to make your way over the pass that leads to the valley where Astadash lies. You know that you're only a couple hours from Astadash now, thanks to the chariot, rather. But you are hitting the 8-hour mark at this point. Would you like to attempt to push onward?
Yeah. Force march.
Aelin, you might be used to this, but not all of us are.
It
Alright,
is
you'll go in the
only
step.
just approaching sunset. The sun isn't actually setting yet because you were up essentially very early. Because you got an extra day in Shesha's Manor. You guys woke up at the equivalent of like 2 in the morning.
Mhm.
I would like to assist with something, if possible. If we have to, if we're almost there, I could do an enhanced ability with extra targets at 4th level, and target all 3 of us with extra endurance.
Oh, that sounds invigorating.
Does that... Hold on, let me see.
I was gonna offer y'all go into the staff and I just carry us into the city.
I mean, if we're close to the end of the day, I feel like this would be worth it. It's for Constitution checks.
Yeah, it would be saving throws to avoid exhaustion.
Ah, darn. Okay. Yeah, I don't have anything for that.
Yeah, I've got a 50-foot walking speed. I mean, it's a little faster, but Aylin, she's willing to do the forced march.
If you're sure of it.
Yeah, I mean, I walk for a living. Not
Punch
really.
things for a living.
I walk for a living.
I punch things, I jump things. Yeah.
If it's physical, you're there.
You actually fight a lot of things for a living.
Right.
Most of our money is made by violence.
It is. Legendary quote.
Most of our money is made by violence. Fuck.
Our emissaries of peace. Now sit down while I punch you.
Okay, there we go.
Verify, vilify, liquefy.
I'm very proud of that one.
Hello, today I'm going to explain to how you too can rhyme a vault in under 30 seconds.
Amazing. Okay, so you plant the staff back down and it rumbles as it begins to grow to its full size, poking up through the treetops above. And then Abusan and Nathrissa, you step inside. It is slightly warmer in here than the autumn air of the forest. And as you shut the door, Aylin, outside you speak the command word, and from the inside,
Fusroda!
Nathrissa, Abusan, you watch as all of the windows, the shutters slam closed, and the building begins to rumble a little bit. Down here on the first floor is the kitchen in the little 10-foot room, and so you watch as the cabinets along the rounded walls begin to rattle, and the cups clank against each other, but nothing falls. As from the outside, Aylin, you shrink the staff back down to a carrying size.
Hello, Cadre. We're not there quite yet, but Aeon's going to take us the rest of the way.
Cadre is back at home.
Yeah, Cadre's at the manor. He went through the painting.
Right.
So I just had this image of, the tree lumbering towards you, roaring, and then it just cuts back to Cadre, and it's just...
Yeah.
Folding a page.
These notes are riveting.
Or wait, isn't it the transcriptor?
I can imagine him rubbing his
Yeah, no,
chin,
he's just
yes.
like little half-rimmed
just-
glasses
just the little...
on the typewriter thing. No, I think it needs to be this.
And then we're all like,
Portal opening. Oh, wait, no, that room's wrong.
Minecraft music in the background.
Smash cut to insanity.
So, Aylin, now that you are
It's
on...
the fucking drowning scene again.
Now that you are on your... Oh, fuck, yeah. Nathrissa's drowning! This ain't about her.
Fucking destroyed. Sorry.
So,
Oh, God.
Aylin, now that you're alone, I'm gonna need you to make a survival check. It's at advantage because you've walked this part of the forest before.
okay. And natural 20.
24, fabulous. You are extremely sure of your steps. Good thing that was at advantage. Oof.
Yeah.
As you continue on at a faster pace, now that your allies are within the tower, you can walk much faster. Can I have you make a Constitution saving throw for me?
good at these.
That sounds fake.
Hey,
Well,
Oh!
she is good at them.
20
for now.
for now, but it is each hour. So, you continue up through the saddle between these mountains, weaving your way through the trees, which do grow a bit thicker in this region. And as you reach the top, you run into no trouble so far, but behind you, you glance back, and through the dappled leaves of the autumn forest, you do catch the reds spreading out across the clouds as the sun begins to fade behind the mountains in the distance. I'm going to have you go ahead and make another Constitution saving throw.
While we are traveling inside the tower, I would like to talk to Apasan.
Sure. So make that Constitution save, Aelin, and we, as you're doing that, cut to Apasan and Nathrissa sitting inside the tower.
Okay.
I've probably brought. I'm probably just entering the room with a little thing of tea, being like, "Listen, Apasan, I'm already
yes?
in. Can I come in? Actually, I'm like halfway through past like the threshold of your room, and I'm like, oh, well-
Yes.
sorry. God,
That's
I
okay.
developed that habit, but again, you know what's wrong with me? I don't know. Who knows?
Are
She
you
just.
alright?
Are any of us really?
I would think so.
Oh, okay. Well, that maybe I'm not. So, well, not great. Not great, actually. Well, first, you know, I had a whole thing when I came in here. I was going to apologize first about my very rude comment.
It's alright. Heat of the moment. We've had a very, very long trying night.
Yes, I know. I feel like at that point, my automatic response was something snappy. But
It was
it's still not.
quick-witted.
Yes, well, doesn't make it all right.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
And I actually wanted to ask you a couple of questions.
Oh, certainly. What's on your mind?
Well, and I kind of sit down and I like serve us both a cup of tea, and I'm sitting cross-legged, just kind of with my tea in hand. I'm like, you've shown yourself to be much wiser than us than in years and generally experience.
I have been
As much
around a
as I love-
while. I'm
As
sorry,
much as
go
I love
ahead.
Aelin, no, you're all right. As much as I love Aelin, she's honestly, I thought I was sheltered, but I love that woman. She's on another level. Which is honestly so surprising. Anyways, I'm getting off track again. Sorry, my brain seems to be more scattered these days.
How much sugar did you put in your tea?
Hmm?
Never mind.
As she drops in 2 more.
It's just light, or no, sorry, like L style, just cubes piled up over a tiny bit of tea.
They're very slowly melting into a small mountain at the bottom.
That
Yeah.
tea looks crunchy.
The tea crunchy.
It actually is a little bit. How could you tell? Am I too loud? Am I chewing too loud?
Tea is
No,
a
anyways.
drink.
Sorry. Back in character. Well, I don't really deal with issues as deep as these, obviously. Traveling with you all has given me a new sense of purpose, and that's honestly what I consider to be the grandest achievement in my life, in terms of me entering adulthood, I should say. Spending time with you guys and you being supportive during one of my hardest times, I wish I could say that my heart is through with it, but I don't know what to do with it because it's still here. And it hurts.
I can certainly relate to that. Unfortunately, I can certainly relate to that. Many of us have been around a while, do carry scars of our travels, of our journeys, of living life. And those scars may fade, they will stay there. And unfortunately, that is a part of life and experience and growing old. What I'm getting at here, if I don't mean to be too wordy here, but it's not to glorify the fact that you've gone through trauma, but it does show you've gone through it. You've succeeded and come out the other end. It may have hurt, it may still hurt, and it may still flare up from time to time, but you can look at it and you can say you've been through this experience and come out the other end better for it. It may take time, and some wounds may take many, many years to heal, but the fact that you can acknowledge it, the fact that you are aware of it, and you're already wanting to deal with it, work on it, and comprehend it, it shows a level of maturity and growth, I would say. I guess part of what I'm saying is there is not necessarily one clear path to dealing with what you've gone through, but reaching out for help, talking about it, understanding it in its context, you can put your experiences into its compartment, its box, and then it may come out and you know how to put it back. It is a part of you. And even if a part of you is difficult to deal with, it is a part of who you are, and it makes you whole. To ignore it entirely would be problematic. It would be to deny that experience, as troubling as tough as it may have been. But as long as you were able to take it, you experienced it. You don't need to re-experience it every time, of course, but it's part of your journey now. And many of us have similar things we've gone through that are tough to handle, but we reach out to our friends when we need their help, their support, pull us back from whatever place we may have fallen into, and to keep going. A wise leader does not become wise by never having conflict, but by going through the conflict and coming out the other end wiser for it.
Well, the only reason I came out the other side enough to be able to ask you this is because of you and Cadre and Aelin. So.
And that's what friends are for. Through the thick and the thin.
I just wish that meant more to me right now. And I don't mean that in another harsh way. I just...
No. You're still processing.
I'm just glad you understand, Apusan.
I understand all too well. Would you like a hug?
Yeah, that actually sounds really good. She sniffles a little bit and she goes in for a hug.
Big hug, big hug.
Oh my god. Listen, I stink. Is that leftover mascara in my eye? Oh goodness, I have to sort myself. Apusan, be a dear and keep the tea hot, will you?
I can try.
Okay.
Prestidigitation hot tea.
Hot tea.
And helping with running makeup.
Hold on. He's a firebender! He's warming up his
I've seen him do it!
I've seen him do it!
Look, I have prestidigitation and fireball. It's gonna be hot one way or the other, and one way is messier.
Oh god, he is a firebender.
I could make it a cold ball.
Oh. He's a waterbender too!
He's the Avatar.
I mean,
This elephant is the
technically all-
Avatar!
Technically, all wizards are.
Avatar of what?
I don't know. I have made a clerical error. Nothing much, but I believe that I said that the month was Sodwan, and it is not. It is the month of Duliman.
Ah. Yeah, I can only
What's
keep
the
track
date?
of the months. The 3rd.
The date is currently the 3rd.
Oh,
I think you've had
Wow.
13
And
days, including today, on your tree.
I can tell you exactly because I have been keeping track of those.
also, Apo-san,
And-
after, a little bit of the wiping of tears fiasco, she's gonna try to divert the conversation into asking if she can start learning, Adrani from you.
Oh.
Hmm.
Oh, that would be nice. That would be good.
Oh, I want to do that too. But
You're busy walking.
I'm walking.
Certainly, I can start teaching how the language works. It's a little difficult, I will say.
Yeah, when you make this, like those, I don't know how to describe it. The guttural sounds, the little, like she tries to imitate like a hard consonant. She's like, that part I don't really understand.
Well, it will take some practice, and
Hopper
Sure,
sounds
you'll-
just like, listen, Nathrissa, when you need to make that sound, just imagine that you're choking on a big dick.
Oh, okay, that clarifies everything.
I can do that.
Okay, there we go. Perfect.
I have just a lexicon for that.
Would you like some
No,
practice, Nathrissa?
Appa sounds like, would you like some assistance?
Carter comes out of the painting. What's going on? Language lessons.
Oh god. What kind of language lesson?
I'm learning so much.
Cadre, can I join?
Fuck.
God damn it, we're horny fuckers.
Yep,
Aylin's like,
this is what
hey, I
happens."
wanted to learn too.
I'm an enabler. I'm so sorry.
Oh my god. So,
Well then.
that tangent
Listen,
was
you
my
put this
fault.
out into the universe.
Okay, so you want to begin learning Adrani. Were you going to spend time in that tonight, or is this just putting a pin in that? Because you only
I
have
would like,
a couple of hours.
I feel like since we have nothing to do while we're waiting in the tower, I might as well.
Okay. There's not going to be enough time to actually get enough practice to make a roll tonight, but I will keep in mind that you've spent a couple of hours with Opusand. And he begins to go through the basics, starting with, just a couple of common words, like hello and goodbye and thank you, that sort of thing. And you begin to practice those, begin to practice, like, how to develop the consonants and the sounds. Aylin, second hour down, it is now dark out, but as a moon elf, you're quite used to the dark and the woods. And in a way, even though the forests are nothing like Lavalon, you feel almost at home here, walking amid the leaves. Your footsteps are very silent, graceful, like a ghost through the trees. Can I have you make... As you crest over the hill and you look down the path that leads into the valley, you can see the twinkling lights beyond of fires in the camp that has come into the valley. You can see trickling water pouring down the mountainside, and you have about a mile to go till Astadash. You can see it glittering in the distance. One last Constitution save.
Aylin just right now just stops, and she's a little winded, but she's athletic, so she's just kind of like, all right. I just continue on my march, and then I'm like, as she's marching, she's like, working on my glutes, working on my glutes. 12.
Okay. With a 12, you are going to gain 1 point of exhaustion.
Yeah. Alright.
Nathrissa, your mic is picking up a bit of wind, I think. Fan
Oh,
or something. Okay. Oh, thank you for the hydrate.
Sorry about that, y'all.
You're fine.
All good.
So, I am going. You may have heard some of these descriptions before because I'm going to read off a bit. Some parts of it are going to be from your original arrival, just so that I can set the scene for viewers who have not seen this place before. So, Aelin, glancing out over this valley, you begin to set out. The valley sweeping out before you from the foot of the mountains that form this nice little, well, little is a relative term, but this grotto amid the forests. The valley is a bright swath of green grass dotted with dozens of colorful patches of flowers. Not hard for you to see with your ability to see in the dark. Bright spots amid the green of pink and red and blue. Lots of which you do see figures at gathering more flowers for the festival, as it is the Festival of Color. You pass by a river that's rushing down the mountainside, curling along the northern edge of the plain, and perhaps just under a mile ahead you can see the firelight and the smoke. And as you continue down this path, the fires get closer, and you can see not just the yellow fires of torches and sconces lit up, but actually reds and pinks and greens, some kind of either magic or substance put into the fires to give them color everywhere, all across the plain. After about an hour of walking, you come across the camp of the Huimadeth and the Luchtian tribes, who have come for the festival. The sounds of merrymaking grow louder and louder as you approach down the path that sweeps between the tall grasses, almost as tall as you are, until it is raucous noise of joyous dancing, and I'm going to switch the music now.
I'm like a runner that just ran a marathon tired, like, actually, 1 point's not that terrible, but she's like,
So, I'm going to send you this. You're going to skip the first 2 songs,
alright.
but you can loop the playlist, and if it jumps back to the first 2, then just skip them. As you approach, the sound of music washes over, and you can hear cheering and laughing and the clink of glasses. Here, near the Luchtian and the Huimadeth, the music is more Celtic, as is typical of the tribes that come from Evroth, but you can hear in the distance as well music more like this. Let's see. Let's see. Copses of trees and bush pass by on either side. About halfway through the walk, you do see like small fields approaching. There's figures dancing amid the fields and in between the tents of the Luchtian and the Huimadeth tribes. You can still hear the hammer of metal as some people are working on weapons and armor, but most people are celebrating as you are in the middle of the Rapi festival at the moment. Winding your way through the path, people pass by. You are bumped into at one point by a giggling couple of these 2 cats, who are one of them is dragging the other off toward a tent, and they pass through past you, and you catch a glimpse of somebody else in there already in the firelight. It's like 15 minutes of walking through this vibrant street before you hit the edge of the city itself, and here you think would probably be a good idea to retrieve Nathrissa and Apison from the tower. If you would like to do
quick
so.
Question.
Yes, Kadri?
We were talking about dates and stuff earlier. My ring is done, right?
I will get back to that because we're in the middle of this, but I will check on that in my notes. I want to keep my train of thought.
Yeah.
So, as I bump into me, that the greeting that the ghoul taught me, oh god, what was his name? Digali. I just kind of smile and give a bow and say that as I continue on. And then, when I get to the clearing, how far away is, like, I guess, our house or the building we were given?
The building that you were given is in the actual cenote, so as you approach the edge, you can see the ancient structures towering up into the sky, the old temples and such. Let me fetch those descriptions. We'll go ahead and go through those. Yeah, so you reach the edge of the tents, and the path gives way from dirt into actual stone, the basalt columns having been, like, sliced and laid down like paving tiles. And ahead, right on the edge of this big cenote that dips down into the ground in between all of these mountains, are towering black structures carved in intricate styles. There's a... Near the southern mountain, you can see the ruins of a Dravidian temple that towers into the sky, with very, very intricate details all over it. It is covered in the moment in small torches in a rainbow of colors, pinks, greens, yellows, reds, just going all the way up the stepped structure into the sky. The mud brick buildings, the newer ones that were constructed when Astadash was settled here in the ruins of Pattal, are all alight with yellow firelight, and there's lots of drinking on balconies on the roofs. You can see that one almost... You hesitate to call it a hotel, but a living area for guests of the tribe is awash with sound and light, people coming and going, and in the central courtyard there is a tall bonfire that has it all alight and people dancing around it. Everywhere the lights are cast upon the rangoli in patterns all across the sides, these mandalas that decorate all of the buildings. You're probably about 5 to 10 minutes, depending on the foot traffic here from the house. It's down a few layers into the cenote, and to the south.
Okay. Yeah, I will shake them out of the tower.
Okay. Yeah, it takes a minute, but inside the tower... Apusan and Nathrissa, things begin to kind of rattle, and one of the windows flies open, and first Nathrissa just kind of like gets sucked out of it, in the middle of like a language lesson.
Yeah, no. If I have any inkling that things start shaking, could I quickly just use my hairstyle pin to make my hair look like it used to?
Yeah. You can do so. So
Okay.
you pull out the pen and you stick it back in and you use it to change the color.
Yes.
Okay. Back to orange with those two stripes of white. So copper floods back into your hair, making it look a bit more normal. And then you're sucked out the window and tumble to your feet. Apusan, the same happens to you after a moment. A little bit more stumbling from you because you're less dexterous.
Yeah, I could even make a roll for that. Had a my
Yeah,
dignity
sure,
left
make a
after
roll.
that. Here
That's
we go.
fun.
I would love to see this.
Let's see, save or either way. Actually, never mind. It's gonna be a -1 either
Oh.
way.
What was it?
It's gonna be a -1 regardless if this is a save
mhm.
or acrobatics or just straight dex. So here we go. Good lord.
An 18.
Oh, shit. Yeah, you actually land on your feet. Congratulations.
Papa.
I'm as surprised as you are.
Aelin
Mhm.
is standing in front of y'all amidst the crowd of people, kind of like, okay, here we are.
You
Okay.
look
Oh.
worn.
We got to the city.
We could have all walked together. Oh my goodness. We need
I'm
to get you
fine.
some water.
I'm fine.
Oh, I go up and I'm huddled up with Aelin and I'm gonna start like fanning her face.
Mhm.
being like, come on, let's find you somewhere to go sit. How about that?
Okay. The house is like 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay.
One of us can carry you the rest of the way. You've done enough.
Okay. Thank you.
I look at Tabusan. I'm like,
As you're speaking, there's
One of us, I mean me.
the crackle of fireworks in the air, and cheers rising up from the streets as several fireworks burst in the sky in an array of colors.
So, I will be definitely picking up Aelin.
Okay. Right.
Okay. You begin
as we're
to.
going.
Mhm.
I was just
As
asking.
we're-
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry. Go ahead.
I was asking, has it been 8 hours since I started on the Etheric Transcriptor?
Let's see. Actually, yeah, because at this point they had roughly 8 hours of travel plus the 3 that Aelin walked.
Okay, then I would have already been back in the tower with them.
Okay. Yeah, so you would arrive in the tower just as Aelin is shaking them out. So, yeah, you come tumbling out as well.
Would I make a save as well?
I know that you're going to succeed.
You're like, "Don't bother."
We can't fail.
Yeah. So, we're not going to bother with that. But yeah, you
Fair enough.
land gracefully on your feet. You guys are standing at the city's edge.
Alright. Well.
Well,
We need to get this one home, and then perhaps we take the evening to recuperate, and
I
in the morning we
can't,
go and-
actually. Well, tomorrow morning
Why?
I can't. I have to make a cake.
oh,
That would be good.
I still owe
sounds-
the cake.
A few of us can
Oh.
continue.
Right.
Mm.
yes. Well,
Um,
I feel like we should get to our first goal.
Admittedly, I do want to
So-
be there for the cake to learn how to bake, but
So, tonight we rest. Tomorrow we spread the word of what we found to the leaders.
Yes, I think good idea. And obviously, if you need to do something, cadre and opposant. I mean,
It'll
do what you
only be
need to
4
do.
hours. I just have to spend 4 hours on the cake, and then I can, we can spend an hour telling the leaders about everything.
So I have a question. Would you guys be okay if we kind of did some, what's the word? Just like do the downtime until the next morning, unless there's something y'all wanted to do.
There isn't really much downtime until the next morning because you did a 3-hour forced march and you woke up at like 2 in the morning.
Right.
Yeah.
So we go to the house, we go to sleep, and then we wake up. Unless y'all wanted to roleplay that.
No, I'm good. Not roleplaying
Okay.
that.
Well, there are things. But you begin to
Okay.
head towards the house. Yes, Aelin hops up on the back of Abusand, who begins to carry her. It's short enough of a walk that I'm not going to make you roll for it.
Yeah, you just move at half your speed.
As you crest over the edge of the cenote and begin down the natural steps that have been leveled out in these basalt columns between the winding streets, you see all of the colorful painted buildings, the rainbow of a city that travels down to the water below. The water is all alight, floating lanterns thrown out onto the surface, and they cast a glow over the lily pads and the bright pink flowers that are amid the crystal clear water. Of a deep blue stretching out into the night. You can see as well the 4 temples of the Muses have all been lit brightly. However, as you begin to make your way through the streets, I would like Abusand and Nathrissa. Can I have insight checks from each of you?
okay.
Indeed.
Abusand, this is not at advantage because you're not looking at a particular person's face.
Okay.
Oh,
Happy with that.
23.
Good God.
So 18
Ooh.
and 23. interesting point. For Apusand, let's start with Apusand. As you are going down these steps, this main street, there's lots of people passing, and there's the smell of food filling the air, and people just having a good time in the festival. You do pass a couple people that are completely unclothed. You know, that's kind of common out here in the tribes. However, despite all of the joyous noise and music, there's almost tension running beneath the surface that wasn't there before. Like, something's up slightly. Nathrissa, you are very sensitive to social fluctuations, being a noble from Etherian. And so as you begin to walk through and you're kind of tending to your friends, you are glancing around at the sights around you, and you are catching a lot of glances in your direction. Yours in particular, very hostile glances at the High Elf.
Yeah,
Oh,
I think as I'm going, I look up at Apusand, and I just whisper to you, I don't think someone has been speaking well of him.
I'm willing to bet it was Ijavati.
Is everything okay? Okay.
Yeah, we'll be fine. Let's just get home sooner than later.
Would you like me to carry you as well? A little bit extra.
I'm going to stand at your side, but I'm going to pull my hood up from my cloak.
I'll put an arm around you as well, a little bit more like protective.
Okay.
Can we no, we'll wait till tomorrow.
I think our first order of business is rest.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay.
And I'm kind of just trying to seem as inconspicuous as possible.
All right. 1 second, I'm just checking a thing. Okay. You continue down the street a couple of levels, past all the bright colors and noise, and begin to turn off towards the alley that leads to the house. However, as you head in that direction, your party is cut off by two figures, both members of the tribe, it seems, who kind of just block your path. They're both female. You see a gull and a hawk.
All right.
They're dressed in, one of them in bright purple, the other one in bright pink. These, the same long flowing garb of the tribes, and they're just kind of eyeing you silently.
I hop
Nathrissa
down.
in particular.
Looking back at them.
Is there
Excuse me.
something we can help you with?
And Adrani, the one on the left, the hawk, speaks up. What are you doing traveling around with her?
We're trying to get some rest, I reply in Adrani.
She isn't welcome here.
I don't believe that's your call.
The other one pipes up. Really? Why not? This is our home.
We're
This is the
friends
festival.
of oh, I just said his name. Dagali, Keeper Dagali. And we've talked to other important figures within the city.
They look at you, and the one on the right, the gull, switches into common. Friends? Why would they be friends with a husk?
Oh.
I gently nudge Opusson.
I'll tell you, why are you friends with anyone else? Who are your friends with? Who you are friends with?
Well, maybe because they don't oppress our people and enslave them,
Yeah, she has done
Or
none of these
attack them in
things
the dead
either.
of night.
She has done none of these things.
Wait, or did what in the dead of night?
Attacked someone. I have questions we're going to need to ask as soon as we have the opportunity to.
She may have not have done it. But those that
Yes.
she's related to dead, all of her people. For years,
So
for
if you're-
hundreds of years.
So if your brother
Yes,
commits
but-
a crime, I should send you to prison?
If it's against all of my people,
We do not have the time for this sort of debate.
a small
She has
group has kind of like
nothing.
stopped and is watching at this point.
She has done
Right.
nothing wrong. She is not deserving of your hate.
She's not deserving of our hospitality either.
She is under my care and under my protection. So unless you want to have to deal with me, you will let us through.
The crowd that is gathering, it's only a couple of people, like a dozen or so, but like people have stopped in the street behind you to watch, and they're grouped up just a little bit closer, and there's muttering around. And like somewhere from in between the houses, you hear somebody yell, "Go home! You're not welcome!" And like the cheer rises up, and the bird in front of you just leans forward and spits on the ground.
I
Aelin,
gently grab whoever's next to me, both shoulders, and I'm like, listen, I'm ruining the festivities. Let's give them what they want if they get out of our way.
We're trying to leave, and they won't let us.
Aelin's
way out is
just
that
going
way.
to keep an eye. Aelin's keeping an eye out to make sure that no one is like moving through the crowd or trying to do anything, dangerous, like readying a weapon or anything like that.
Make a perception check.
I'm gonna turn towards the way they pointed towards.
Oh, hold on. Fuck.
They pointed back the way you came, back to the path out of the city.
Hmm.
It is a disadvantage. So 11.
Why is it a disadvantage? Oh,
She has
exhaustion.
exhaustion. Okay. You don't see anything, Aelin.
Yeah.
But yeah, you turn back around, Nathrissa. You're looking back toward the path.
Yeah, I'm gonna start walking that way.
Okay. You begin to walk that way.
I walk with her.
As you all turn and begin to walk in that direction, there's
Can I
a...
ask you a question?
Who are you speaking to? The gulls? Or the
Yeah.
gull?
Yeah.
They just kind of eye you. They don't answer yes or no. But
I'm
in the same
actually
moment that you're
asking.
asking that question, there's a blur of motion as a rock. You don't see who threw it, but Aelin, with your perception, you would see comes flying out of the crowd.
Can I
towards
catch
her?
it?
You have deflect
With,
missiles, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, you can catch it. So you turn and you snatch it, and at the same moment, from the crowd, there's a another movement, and a robed figure, like hood up and everything, just brown robe, just kind of like jumps out in front of her, back towards all of you, back towards your group. In front of Nathrissa, as though to block it, but you catch it. And Apisan, you hear, because you speak Adrani, you hear them say, "That's enough. Go, get out. Leave her alone, she's not one of them."
Over who's saying that?
The hood is up, so you can't see the face, but the people in front of you that had, pulled in a bit closer, as the rock was thrown, as violence was instigated, stop, and there are whispers that move through the crowd. Apisan, if you'd like to make a perception check for me.
Absolutely. Ooh.
At this point,
Okay.
I feel like because we're not, I'm not trying to hide at this point, I'll just pull down my hood.
Okay, yeah. So you pull back down your hood, and let your copper hair cascade out. The people now seem solely focused on the figure in front of you, though. Abisan, you can hear the mutters, like the whispers of something muttered in between the crowd, and there are like jeers and frowns, but the crowd slowly begins to like jostle and disperse from around you. The gulls that are now behind you, they spit one more time on the ground and then begin to head on their way, muttering amongst themselves like, "Can't believe that they let someone like her into the city. After everything that's happened."
You want to know the question I was asking? It was, aren't you tired of being so angry?
What would you know? Just get where you're going. The crowd slowly disperses in different directions, just muttering amongst themselves, and you're left with just the sounds of the city around you. The robed figure still has their back to you. You can't see their face, but they just kind of like say over their shoulder to you. In common now. Actually, no. In Lethaean. You're not hurt, are you?
I'm good. Thank you. You didn't have to do that.
I want to look and see who.
Make a perception check, but as you move to try and get a glance at his face, he begins immediately striding forward.
And also, do I
Like in the direction we're going?
No, away from you all.
Oh, okay.
Keeping his back to you.
11.
Yeah,
Ellen?
Can I try to see who it is?
You
Fuck
were
it, let's not
towards
look.
you were towards the gulls, so I mean you could try, but you would have to like dash forward and get in front of him, which would be extremely obvious.
Yeah, I'd love to try to see, but I don't know if I have the opportunity to as well, or try to hear him at least.
Would I have had an opportunity?
You were the closest because he was blocking you.
Okay.
So you could, but again, like any movement to try and get a look at his face is going to be obvious because you'd have to get basically around in front of him.
Okay.
So he started
Then maybe
moving because
not.
he saw Aelin trying.
Fair enough. We are curious, but this privacy seems to be important to this figure.
You know,
At least allow us to know who we can thank. A name.
He pauses after a few steps. And is just silent for a moment before... Razvan. I am
Razvan.
sorry that the crimes of your people have haunted your present.
Something we work hard to right as best we can. Thank you dearly, Razvan.
Shrug off their words. They mean nothing. And he begins to stride forward again, off into the crowd.
Can you type out the name?
Mm-hmm.
And I want to try to get a look at his features. Like, is he avian or feline or, you know, which species?
He's robed specifically to obfuscate.
All of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it would be at, like, trying to get a look at those features would be at disadvantage normally, and since you're already at disadvantage, you just don't have the chance.
Okay.
However, Apusand, I will allow you to make... I'm going to have you make a language check. So this is going to be an intelligence check plus... let's see. Yeah, it's
So I
going
have
to be
my
an
languages.
intelligence check, and you have a rank 3 in Adrani, right?
Yes. Yes, I do.
So you can add 3 to this. Actually,
May I
you can
guidance?
add your whole proficiency because you're fully proficient in it. We'll go with that.
Okay. So +4. Can I do a guidance on this as well? Because this feels like it was something I want to be important. Try to comprehend, or is it just more of a? I'll just ask. May I guidance or?
You may, yes.
Okay. So a d20 +4 +1d4, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Oh, plus your intelligence modifier, right?
Yes. It's an intelligence check plus proficiency plus guidance.
All right. That's another 3 to add to that. Let's see what this does.
Oh, 21. Yeah, that succeeds.
Mhm.
You are unable to catch any of the features, but Abusand, you've spent many years traveling through many of the tribes, and you've picked up an ear for the regional dialects and accents.
Mm-hmm.
So in the brief time that you caught the accent both in Adrani and Lefean, the way he spoke, although it did have a hint of the northwestern tribes like Prikwala, certainly tuned more towards Mundama.
Mundama, okay.
Which you know are the very nomadic ones that roam the entirety of Salika.
Interesting.
However, there was
I like
something
that.
else to it. When you spoke in Lefean, it was a little bit too refined. Formally trained. Almost like, the
Practiced,
servants,
not-
yeah, almost like the servants and manners in like Elven society that you've encountered.
Oh
Vijayna.
goodness. Oh goodness. He might have something. I might need to ask him some questions if I ever see him again. So we're kind of like processing this as we're standing there.
I kind of
Yes.
tug on his sleeve.
Yes. Yes.
I don't want to stay here if I'm not welcome.
You are welcome. A few rotten
I feel
individuals
like-
does not
If it
define
makes
everyone.
everyone happy, I know my place in societies, and in this one, I know I am not welcome. And it's a time of festivals and happiness, right? So,
We are working. I have been working to bridge this gap.
listen, Apusand. I've had many battles today, and I'd rather not pick this one.
We're almost to the house, so
I will stay outside of the limits until you can come and retrieve me. Here, listen. Oh, shit, which sending zones do I still have? Do I have a pair still? I don't think so.
You have one to Firion.
And
Yeah.
Tamapashuri.
And Tama Pashuti.
Yes, that's correct.
And I'm like, listen, just, if one of you just comes back to find me, I'll just be waiting outside of the limits.
Nathrissa, may I say something?
Oh, I want you to stay here with us. It is safer that way. It is important not just for your physical being, but for the last 100 years of research and study and learning the histories to try to repair this damage.
Making people unhappy is not going to solve this, and especially not in a day.
No, but one step needs to be taken for the others to follow afterwards. But if you are insistent on this, I will not push you.
Thank you.
May I say something?
Yes, Cadre.
Nathrissa, I appreciate that you're trying to do the right thing, but the fact of the matter is that you being outside the city limits, especially considering there are those in the city who may wish to do you harm, you being alone outside the city limits would be a perfect opportunity for them to do that.
I suggest a tower. At least. We can shake you out if we need you.
I would rather not split us apart. If one of us is staying out of the city,
No, you're right.
We should-
That's fine.
we should all stay.
Just put me in the tower. Let's find somewhere I can actually step in.
If Nathrissa says if you're going to be staying outside the city, I say we should all stay outside the city. Solidarity.
Listen,
And I would stomp my foot at that solidarity, just making an emphasis on that.
I appreciate that. I know that you've proven more than once that you have my back, but at
Have
this
your back.
one time, let me help make things easier, because I know Aelin has a mission to attend to.
I
And I
mean,
think all of us just need rest for the night. So let me just end this here. If you could summon the tower, I'll just...
We can leave. We can head to the city limits. Set the tower outside of it.
It
I
seemed fine the first 3 days. I don't know what changed.
We've
Have
got going.
Ijavati here stoking the flames of anti-high elf. He has a way with words, and they're not nice ones. If you can want to have a comparison, everything that I do try to strengthen the relationship and repair the damage that have happened to the Jaina and the High Elves. He's the opposite.
Well, someone needs to stay in order to inform the others what is exactly happening.
well,
Someone
I'm
who
gonna
can
have
travel
to
the
be
city
here.
Two in the
unabated.
morning.
Are you sure? There's a night of festivities, you both. I mean, you three can enjoy them, just because I can't be in there.
I've literally
mean
enjoyed
that
them
you
100 times or more.
And it would... Having one or two people be pissy just because of a difference in race is going to ruin it maybe a infinitesimally small amount compared to how much it will be ruined by you not being there.
No.
I feel like a lot of the people in the city would disagree with you, but the sentiment is appreciated.
I'm talking about for me. I don't care about them.
I do. They're not hateful without reason.
If they
I
want
know
to
it's not fair, but
So
it's nothing that I would blame them for personally.
if you're going to make the stand of being outside the city limits, I'm going to make the stand and say that you and I are equals. And if you are outside the city limits, I am outside of the city limits. What they have done to you, they're doing to me as well. This kind of discrimination based on your heritage is the exact thing that has been done to us, and they are propagating it further in the opposite direction.
I kind of squeeze Apasan's hand a little. Thanks, Apasan.
Yes, I couldn't have said it better.
I agree. Is there a place around here where we could set up the tower real quick? I will put y'all in there, and then I'll shrink the tower, and I will put up the Sanctum of Alunair.
I feel it is honestly worth us all walking out together. I know you're tired, Alan, I understand, but if they want to see what they have done, they're going to see it. If they're still believing the city, but we will be leaving it as well. What they have done to one, they have done to the other, and they will not be able to visually separate their actions. They will need to come to a
Good point to
reckoning.
I kind of like that. It's kind of making a statement that by
Yeah,
shunning Nathrissa, not only are they doing it to her, but they're doing it to everyone else, including me and Cadre and you.
Exactly. They are going to have to see the consequences of their actions. They will. This is not just a thought concept. This is not just a positing an idea. This is they're acting in a certain way, and they will see the results of their actions. They might want me to stay, but no. I have made my stand. I have made my choice. And the future of our people cannot be repaired by ignoring what they're doing.
Aelin makes a sign. I'm kidding. It says like free. Was it equality for all? All
But
races.
I digress. It is late. We are all tired. We are all worn. And this is our, I believe, us walking out to the city together. Will
All
be
hold
our-
hands
Yes, certainly.
and make a statement in our walk. And I will grab Cadre's hand.
All right.
Alright. Together, you four, the Cardinal Argi, grab hands, shaking off the shocking event just now, and begin to stride confidently back through the streets, hand in hand, toward the entrance of the city. You're not disturbed as you walk. No more crowds gathering around you, there are still lots of stares, particularly at Nathrissa, and kind of at Abasan too, who's taken a stance right next to her and is like actually holding her hand to walk out of the city. But you're undisturbed as you crest back up past the fires. The ones up here at the entrance, they actually like have a rainbow of sconces at the entrance to the city. And you make it back out onto level ground and begin to head out through the tents of the Lupdion.
Can we roll charisma to make a statement?
Roll charisma to make a statement. Yeah.
Can I
I'll
do
have
that
a group. Yeah, group charisma check, please.
All right. I'm going to use
I'm
my
loving
gift
this.
of luck.
Oh yeah, because you did do a second one.
Okay, 14.
14 from
And
Aelin.
would
That's
this be
good for Aelin.
performance?
Alright.
I'll let this be performance. Aelin, you don't have a performance bonus, right?
Nope.
Guidance or no?
No, because this is more than a minute.
Yeah, that's fair.
22.
Nice.
22. So we have a 14 and 22. 7 from Abasan, 6 from Nathrissa, but that's still decently average. You catch some attention. Not everybody that you pass. Lots of people are not even really paying attention to you. Too busy
Oh, yeah,
enjoying
if
the
anything-
festivities or each other, judging by some noises coming from an alley that you pass. But yeah, you feel that at least upon some, those that would have direct care, and be staring at you, you've made an impression.
Okay.
I feel like Nathrissa is actively avoiding trying to look at people or make a statement.
Mm-hmm.
She's
So,
just keeping her eyes level and trying to get out.
Yeah, you like the idea, and so maybe as you first step out into the street, you kind of like confidently go along with it, but as you catch more stares, you shrink back in on yourself and are just kind of like, maybe it shouldn't be me that makes the statement, And
Yeah.
you just try and recede into the shadow of the group. As you begin to make your way back out through the tent city of the Quimodaith and the Lukdion, you're heading towards the very edge, trying to get past all of the tribes, but...
Ah, shit. I should have inspired them.
Next time. I don't know how many inspiration points you have left. You used a bunch.
I have 5, because of the short rest.
Oh, that's right. That's right, because at this level you get them all back in a short rest.
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
I could have just been like, you're all inspired.
Well, next time.
Next time.
We're going to stop that, and I would like to...
New music?
Yeah. We're gonna turn that down, and we're going to do this.
Yeah, so we get out onto flat land.
No, actually, not that one. Oops.
When we get outside of the city limits, I'd like to use my sending stone to contact Shania.
Okay. Well, you're only making it halfway through because something else is going to
Oh.
happen.
Alright then.
Put that up. And
Which song am I switching to?
Hasn't been
Oh,
posted yet.
yeah, sorry, I have to shuffle a lot of things around. I'm not a big production, I'm not critical
I
role,
know,
you're-
I
you're-
can't just push buttons and
good,
switch
you're good.
music.
All good.
You're good.
Your storyteller, DJ, producer,
Yeah.
Yeah, writer, producer.
Oh,
streamer.
I have a feeling I know what happened.
So, as you make it about halfway through the Lukdion and Quimodaith's tents, you are stopped in the path as you round a corner by a tall, imposing, and recognizable figure. Which the music needs to be turned up. There we go. I am going to run through his description again for the sake of chat. Farasiga Aislan Achwimodeth steps out from a tent and turns to look at you. Again, those dark, black pools of his eyes, tattooed in ritual fashion, fall upon you, and you feel yourself kind of freeze in your steps as you almost fall into them, like pools of ink. Captivated once again, your breath is stolen from you the moment that he looks at you. And you swear almost as you kind of like fall into his eyes, the patterns that curl out of his face, the tattoos all over this tall red deer, move a little bit. Between the stag's brows, a dark circle curves up to the top of the forehead, ringed in runic script, the center marked with a complex, decorative sigil. The patterns continue on down the neck, twisting amid the rust-red fur until they vanish at the collarbone beneath the man's thick robes, underneath a thick necklace of bone and brass and leather. Atop the man's head, a massive set of gnarled antlers twist and curl up into the air, with nearly 24 sharp points on each side, adding more than a foot to the stag's already impressive 7-foot height. These are draped with dark cloth, much of which is tattered with age and has been dyed and re-dyed regularly in some kind of ritualistic fashion. A number of talismans dangle from the antlers as well, some in hammered iron or brass, some in bone, and some carved from wood. One dangles in a leather strap down the side of his face, a single uncarved scrap of wood with twisted gold wire wrapping the top and bottom, binding a glittering piece of quartz to it. The man's clothing is patchwork, made of various thick furs and leathers that have been sewn with dozens of knotwork patterns. It looks as though the same piece of clothing has been repaired over and over and over, strips of it cut out when they tear and replaced with new pieces to preserve the original garment, the old scraps occasionally knotted onto the belt or the long kilt and affixed with charms. He smells intensely of some sharp form of spice and incense which rolls off of him as he steps up in front of you. Not unpleasant, but somehow intoxicating. Dozens of circular brass and iron charms clank around the hem of the kilt, which ends roughly a foot before the man's strong hooves, and a number of Marshallin gourds have been hollowed, hardened, and hung from his belt, which clack together with a haunting hollow sound despite being corked closed and filled with liquid of some form. You can see as he steps out, he settles the staff in front of him and leans against it. This curved root of an ancient tree, gnarled and twisted. At the base of it is a spear of bone that sticks into the dirt, which is currently wrapped in a leather sheath, but still the softness of the dirt lets it slide just an inch or so into the ground. He towers over all of you, staring down and sweeping you with those dark eyes. So, I take it your journey was successful?
Yeah.
There was a lot of things.
Hmm.
But yes, overall.
I sensed trouble, so I thought I'd find you.
Well, you found us.
There was. But
It's
there's a
done with
lot
now.
there's a lot to talk about, but as much as I would like to go over all the details with you now, we would like to rest.
Aye. Much to discuss. I fear you'll need a different place to stay. My tent is open to you.
Aelin blushes. Oh, that would be nice.
All of you. Should you wish.
Okay.
I
Come.
think we should take you up on this offer. Look over to Nathrissa.
I'm pointedly just looking at the ground. If I feel more than one pair of eyes, I'll just kind of glance over to Apasan and Cadre, and I see that Aelin's, making googly eyes. So I'm just gonna go, if that's what we want, then sure.
Here, you feel the stairs are less pronounced than back in the city proper.
I feel we
People are
should
in their
accept.
revel- Mm-hmm.
I feel we should accept the kindness when it is offered.
Yes, of course we appreciate your hospitality.
You've nothing to worry about here. Come. And he turns, and there's the like clinking of all of his charms as he begins to walk and weave in between the tents towards the large. I forget what I called them before. Shit.
Tents?
Yeah, there's like a particular name for the.
Right.
Yurt is more like it. Yeah, as he begins to walk towards his yurt. You all follow?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I do so with hesitation, but yes.
I kind of walk forward and like lean a bit like on him and wrap my arm around his.
Mhm. You come up on his left side, and he's using the staff as just
Mhm.
a walking stick. He doesn't need the support, but it's just like comfortable and natural in his hand. The other large arm he wraps around your side and pulls you close to just walk in lockstep with him. As you approach the tent, he reaches up with the staff and brushes aside the tent flap. Inside, it's not dark. There is a fire lit in the center, in the pit, and you can see the smoke rising at the top of the yurt, and the intense smell of that same intoxicating incense wafts out from inside. You all step inside?
Yep.
Going past him, he lets you all go first, and then comes in behind, and takes a strip of cloth and uses it to tie the flaps closed. Whatever logs he's put into the fire are perfumed with that same incense, and it just makes the whole place smell intoxicating, as a bit of the smoke that doesn't make it out the top perfumes the entire area. But over the top of this, he's hung a cauldron, and it's bubbling with some sort of stew. It smells very nice.
Do I get greater restoration? I'm kidding.
No. He walks over to a corner and leans his staff against something like... It's like a dresser, almost. There is actual furniture in here, of a sort. You can see that aside from the very large, low bed in here, there are a number of smaller, very comfortable-looking bedrolls with thick furs that have been laid out on the ground as though he were prepared for your arrival. And he does comment, "I heard the whispers of the weird that you'd be returning soon, and need a place. I made ready."
Oh.
Thank
Well. Yes, thanks. You heard right. How have things been during our time away?
His eyes flick in your direction, and your breath catches in your throat again for a moment. "We'll save that for the morning. You need your rest first, before we have that discussion."
Alright. Yes.
I'm gonna go make myself comfortable in a pile of furs.
There are plenty.
Would you be alright if I set up a dome of magical protection for tonight around us?
You shouldn't need it, but if it makes you feel comfortable, help yourself.
Mainly for magical prying eyes.
Very well. He begins to walk over to the large bed, and as he does, he pulls out this sheet and begins to hang it from these hooks above, so that there's like a privacy curtain in between the bed and the rest of the tent. And before he hangs the last rung, closing it off, he glances out. "If any of you need me, Feel free. And then he puts that one in place, and you can hear him start to disrobe, tossing stuff on the bed and then climbing into it.
Disgruntled
Aelin.
mumbling in the corner.
Aelin looks at the party, and I kind of give that look. I'm like, ooh, and I follow.
Wait, what?
Uh-huh.
Wait, what happened?
He invited anybody who wants to into his bed.
Okay, sure.
But so Aelin's just like, oh, you know what? Never mind about the dome.
Like,
Oh,
okay,
no.
let's go.
Yeah, I placed it down real quick, and then I go over. Yeah.
The crystal plinks into the ground, and the dome comes to life. And since it's the item, you don't have to stay inside it. So you step out and you join Iceland in bed. I don't think I need to give another description of, you know.
Yeah. Cadre joins.
Yeah, but he lays stretched out there, disrobed, and you both join him in the bed. He pulls the furs up over you, one of you in each arm, as you snuggle up to this large, hot, very tattooed man. And hopefully the other people in the tent have earplugs.
I do not have magic for this.
With that exhaustion, Aelin doesn't last long. So.
I'm just like, ah.
What would be funny is if one of us had silence prepared and just cast it over that.
That would be
I
good.
just planned on cuddling him naked, but
But
Oh, I get the Cadre's been waiting. So I get the feeling that's gonna happen.
he's probably had other ideas
It's
with
like,
me.
Yeah. Cadre's just like, God damn it, you both had your turn. It's mine.
Aelin
What?
kind of, just like, oh, what should I say? Like, kind of looks at Cadre of like, let us do something real quick. I won't, I won't be long, and then y'all two can do your thing.
Yeah, Aelin's like, oh, okay, I'll step out for a couple minutes.
Muttering to myself, I got prestidigitation ready in the morning.
I kind of just say to Iceland, I'm just like, make sure I'm cuddled on your chest when I wake up.
As you wish. Okay. Well, with that, we'll fade to black on Cadre and Iceland. We all know what happens. Would you like to make a
performance roll?
yeah, performance roll?
Sure.
Just for fun.
Yeah.
Look, he is performing for me. I'm not
15.
performing for him.
15. Oh. 16 I haven't made his character sheet yet, but 16 plus for him, so that's some good stuff. Ooh, woo. Anyway. Ooh, woo. We fade to black.
Indeed.
You all finally get your long rest. You may all restore anything that restores in a long rest. Cadre, all your health goes back to normal now. Nathrissa, don't forget that you only regain one of those sorcery points.
Yes, so I'm at 2, I believe.
Yeah, because you were, well, yes, because you hadn't had a long rest in between there. So, you're at 2 now.
Alright.
Okay. Once you're all ready, let me know and we'll move on to morning.
I'm ready. Oh wait,
Ready.
I did
So
want
look-
to do one thing before bed.
Yes.
I wanted to contact Shania.
Oh, right. Yes, so you contact Shania. What are you telling her?
I basically was just asking, like, so I was told that the ring would be ready. I'm just wondering if you'd be able to make it back to Shina Call for me to pick it up, or if you could just have it brought there.
Okay. roll me a persuasion check, just for something.
23.
23, fabulous. So it's a moment before the response comes through, but... Ah, my friend! Things are a little bit chaotic at the moment, if you haven't heard, but, well, for my best customers, I suppose I could do that. It will be at the manor.
All right, awesome. I'll drop by to pick it up tomorrow.
Okay.
Things are chaotic. If we haven't heard, what? Is she talking about back in
She's
Albion?
in Albion.
One of her main stores is on Albion.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And also, like, the other main one is on Kettermorn, which is where Duskmorrow is located.
Ah.
That's true. I'll be right back. That's okay.
So,
Ooh, this music.
mm-hmm.
17-minute mark.
Woo. So, as your long rest concludes, eventually during the night the noise dies down as people find their way to bed, though it never quite goes away entirely. Rapi is a very bright and vibrant festival, and lots of people decide not to sleep for that week.
Damn.
However, eventually you do get your rest, and you come on into the next morning, slowly begin to wake up within the confines of the tent.
Since I wake up a little bit early, could I just go outside the tent for a minute to just take a breather?
Mm-hmm. You step outside. It's still dark during the witching hours when most people are asleep. You hear a little music off in the distance, but most everything is still except for a few patrolling members of the tribe.
When the patrolling members get closer to the tent, I pop back in.
Okay. You see that most of them give it a bit of a berth. Almost like it doesn't need protection.
Fair enough. Yeah, so then I'm just chilling for a while, and I think I'll spend a little bit of time trying to clean myself up so I don't reek of incense.
Isn't Aislinn like one of the chieftains or like leaders of the Commandiath? Weird Guardians?
Not a chief, no. He is a Weird Weaver. He is hold on.
Right, a Weird
if
Weaver.
you recall, he's a Fadasihu, which is a far seer. So although he's not tip top, essentially, because there isn't really like a person in charge of the seers. There's more like a group. The far seers command the seers, and the far seers all work together. When you hit that rank, Abuson would know this. It's no one person is in charge because they are all of the same mind. By that point, when you can see that much, you make decisions almost unanimously.
Okay.
And abadaba, I just need to open a thing. Oh, there we go. Okay, cool. So, as you Nathrissa, you spend a bit of time stepping out into the cold autumn morning air. And then dip back inside when you see people get close. Aelin, you would wake around the same time. Technically, you don't need to sleep.
Yeah. I dreamwalk.
Okay, can you make your rolls for me?
Do I still need to do the daily practice rolls, or is it just the dreamwalking rolls?
Just the actual dreamwalking roll. And this is going to be made at advantage, please.
Okay. Hold on. Sorry, veil walking. This was with my wisdom, right? Yeah,
Correct.
it's been just my wisdom.
Mm-hmm.
20.
Aelin, was there anything that you were seeking?
I'm just practicing still, just like getting to the destination. Because I feel like I've only been there once. So what I'm seeking is like reaching the gate, I guess, and maybe
Oh, so you're trying to
dipping
reach
my
the
toes.
gate. Got it.
Yeah, so I'm practicing getting to that location. So,
Okay.
because the path was just now open to me.
Tonight.
Expert practices until they get it right. The master practices until they can't get it wrong.
Yes.
Ooh.
I like that
Wait.
quote.
Legendary quotes!
Yes, please put that in legendary quotes.
That's a good one.
I didn't come up with that, just saying.
Put it in there anyway, it's cool.
Okay.
Aelin,
Mhm.
during the night, as you choose to sleep and to dream, you find your feet treading once more the same waters. Splish, splash, splish, splash, the cold seeping up through your bones, stealing every ounce of warmth from your body, or spirit, you suppose. Splish, splash. The gray mist swirling around you, the water only a few inches deep, flowing down the gentle slope off into the distance. Your feet are sure in their path, and as you use the same techniques that you thought of before, pressing your nails into your palm, feeling the lack of pain, remembering that this is not your body, that lucidity comes to you a little bit, until once more you stand in front of the massive gate. You hear the crash of water pouring down beyond it. This immense, magnificent, misty arch in front of you, except this time, as you stand in front of it, the mists are parted. The first gate is open.
Do I still have exhaustion?
Yes.
Okay. Then Aelin is taking in the scene. I want to be able to get to this point without and fully knowing where I am and what this is and how to get here.
Okay.
So this was just practice reaching the gate once more and familiarizing myself with this environment.
All right. You do so then.
Yep.
I have that marked down. You
Okay.
spend time there, just taking it all in, letting the water flow around you, listening. You hear somewhere beyond the gate, rushing movement against the flow. You look down and you see gentle, serene faces, just barely suggestions of them in the water, passing by and pouring out down the gate. Somewhere in the mists around you, you hear whispers. That's all. Eventually, you wake as well.
Okay, yeah, I'm not going in there with exhaustion.
Probably a good idea.
So,
Anything that you're doing in the 4 hours between when you wake and everyone else wakes? Nathrissa seems to be up and about. You would come back to consciousness and hear her kind of just step outside, and with your perception, you'd hear her just wait outside the tent.
I let her do her thing, and I just relax. I just
Snuggle up on that.
Aelin is always like and now I'm just like we did so much. I just need to rest and close my eyes. And then it's like, and then someone busts into the tent. No. Yeah, I'm just enjoying cuddling. Enjoy cuddling on Iceland.
Okay. Then, eventually, Opuzon, Cadre, you'd come to wakefulness as well. Cadre, you're a little bit sore. But for good reasons.
For valuable
For valuable reasons, yeah.
Very valuable reasons.
Iceland begins to stir in the bed as well, and his dark eyes flutter open. As you sit up, Cadre, he sits up too, and kind of lets the covers fall away from his chest, brushes a hand through his red fur, and wordlessly begins to kick off the sheets, not bothering to get dressed as he steps out of the curtain into the central area.
Oh, I just realized what you meant by valuable reasons. I thought you meant I was sore because of the, curse breaking.
Oh no.
Anyway.
No, you're sore because of Iceland.
So they're breaking going on.
He's big. Okay?
Aelin
With the
just
antlers,
looks
he's 8
at,
feet tall. Anyway.
Aelin looks at Iceland and then looks at Cadre like.
I think again the
Eyebrow
proper,
waggles.
Nice.
I think the proper
Yeah.
description is it's to scale.
It's to scale. It is.
Yeah.
Definitely to scale. Yeah, so Nathrissa, Abusans, you watch Iceland step out, butt fucking naked. And he moves around the tent. He kicks at the ashes of the fire in the center of the tent, goes to grab some more wood to put on it to warm up the stew that was there.
I pick up Sanctum.
The dome
I
closes
just-
back up.
I just kind of huff through my nostrils a little bit, and then I turn over so I don't have to look at him.
It's like, God damn it, I can't believe that I slept with him once.
I'm not
It's like an
It's more
ex.
like, damn
It's
it,
like being angry at an ex that you can't hate for some reason, but you don't have the benefit of having dated him.
Yeah, no, it's not even like an ex thing. It's more like a, god damn it, I want him so bad, but I shouldn't.
Mhm.
That I'm angry that you're sexy.
Yeah, fuck you for being sexy, you stupid motherfucker. You and your
I-
big dick.
You
I can't
stupid sexy
wait.
bitch.
I can't wait for the hate fucking.
Oh,
Where
God.
Nathrissa eventually just bursts into his tent, just punches him in the chest. He's like, God damn it, why are you so fucking hot? Drags him
Be
off
like,
to the
shut up
bed.
and don't say anything.
Don't you dare open your goddamn mouth. Don't look at me with those eyes. Just fuck me.
Pretty much.
Oh my
no,
god.
it's gonna
My
happen
tea.
eventually.
Uh-huh.
I step in my tea.
Mm-hmm. Okay. He moves
Aelin
about
does
and
some
begins, yeah.
yoga. Aelin does some yoga stretching.
Cadre asks Apusand if he can borrow the tower for a minute.
Sure.
And I
I'm
go somewhere
curious
where I
why.
can set it up.
Oh, for baking, yes. If it's for baking, can I?
And
Well, don't. The
he has
tree.
to go make his nature check.
Ah, yes.
I also have to grab the ring.
Yes.
And-
Lots of things.
Yeah, both are at the thing.
Cadre, do you want us to wait until you get back till we go talk to people?
Who are you talking to?
I
Cadre.
definitely need to talk to Fuinanan.
Oh, I'm...
There's a
Still
number
with
of
me.
people that wish to speak with you. Mostly Caradwin.
Uh-huh. Well, we'll just wait till you get back. We need the rest.
Alright then.
Take your time. You've till mid-afternoon.
Alright then.
Apusan, I
Yes?
like kind of turn over all like a little bit huffily, and I kind of sit up. I put the pin back in my hair, and I'm like, I would like to sit outside with you and learn some more, if that's all right.
Certainly. We can. Oh, I can teach you.
I'm taking this. I like point at Iceland, and I'm like have the cover like of fur around me, and I'm like, fuck you, I'm taking this, and I walk outside.
As you wish.
We'll look at the Nathrissa walking out the door, look back to him, and just a shrug, and then follow.
He shrugs in your direction as well.
Oh, hey, do you have any of those incense that I could borrow? Well, not borrow, but more like purchase?
No.
Oh.
Just no.
That I could have?
No.
Oh.
Why is that funny?
Oh well.
It's for the seers only.
Oh. That makes sense. I respect that.
Hmm.
I just
Stew.
blush.
And he holds out a bowl, and just like ladles some stew into it.
Well, takes.
He's so monosyllabic, it's almost like he's hungover.
Uh-huh.
He's more
Okay.
like wise stoner vibes. Me.
Right.
Yeah,
I
you do
love it.
see, like, as he dishes out stew to you and Cadre, he like walks over to that dresser and he picks up one of the gourds, uncorks it, takes a sip, and like almost shudders a bit, and then closes it back up and puts it down. Abusan, Nathrissa, you step outside. Cadre, you go shortly after. He passes bowls to you to give to Abusan and Nathrissa as well.
Alright.
And
hand out the bowls.
hand out the
One-handed.
bowls, take the staff, and there's a clearing off near the mountain's base if you continue to wave your way through the tents where you could set up the tower.
X.
I will stay here.
Yeah. As you're off to do that, Cadre, you can go ahead and give me your nature check. Abusan and Nathrissa, did you want to do any role play with that, or do you just want to take the time to attempt a proficiency check?
Yeah, I think just as a note, as Nathrissa's outside and like she's eating this stew, she's like, fucking ass deer man and his fucking blanket and it, like she's just grumbling as she eats,
Mhm.
and then she'll get into practicing with Apusan.
Okay.
Pick words that are the least reminiscent.
What?
All right.
Yes. What?
Well, and you know, Abusan, that since
Oh.
Wait, that's a good thing, isn't it?
since Iceland comes from the
A nat
Kumadeth
1 on my
Mhm.
nature check? No.
tribe, his language would be Kalia.
Mhm.
Since it's from the Everoth tribes, so all of the words would not be reminiscent.
Oh, excellent. Yes. Okay. So
Oh, 7. Well, that's okay.
Yeah.
You've been doing good. You've only had... That's only the second roll that you've had that's below a 10.
Yeah, so it's...
Mhm.
It's
The
not
tree is
terrible.
the tree is still looking healthy, but you accidentally like snap off some of the budding leaves. It's fine. Just a little bit of
That's right.
like the pink crystal crumbles in your hand.
Katre is like, tending to the little tree, and then he goes to like fix one little branch. It snaps off, and then he's like, "Oh no 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 no
It's
no!"
like, "Dad,
Tries to
single-
put it back
Sorry,
on.
he tries to glue it.
It crumble.
A single tear is rolling down his cheek, just like
I'm sorry, my child.
He
no,
treats
it's
it
like,
like a
the
bonsai tree.
manliest tear, just like
All right, and then I go grab the ring.
Okay, yes. You go and you grab the ring, which it appears was delivered. Kakarot, actually. You find Kakarot in the manor, and he's like, "Ooh, Kadri.
Yeah.
What's up? Right, package for you. Let me see." And he pulls out a little box. It's nicely packaged. It looks like a little velvet box, and he holds it out in your direction. Miss Shania came by with it for you.
Oh, goody.
Said she had been
I-
somewhere, but yeah.
Thank you. I open up the velvet box and I put on the ring.
You put on the ring. One moment. Sorry. What? We're like 30 minutes away from the end. I'll have some later. Thanks, babe. Or, hold on. Were you asking me if I wanted some? Or were you asking? Oh, okay, good. Sorry. Dinner. Anyway. Fabulous. So you have the ring. You've done your nature check, and for Apusan and Nathrissa, let's see. We haven't touched gaining proficiency in languages yet. So let me see how I want to rule this.
Was it gonna be like? Because I thought you had mentioned earlier there was like regular gaining proficiency where you start with a D10, 8, 6, 4.
Yeah, it's gonna be similar. Give me a minute.
Okay.
Let's see. Voice references. P?
I feel like this is relevant.
I'll check it in a minute.
Oh, no, it's okay. It's mostly for the others.
Utensils, artifacts. Where at?
Right. My eyes are up here. No.
First of all, I'm 5'2". No, I'm 5'3", not 5'2".
Oh, is this it? Knowledge checks? No. Oh, here we go. Learning new proficiency.
I kind of.
Did you like the gift?
Uh-huh. He's just like Kadri. My precious. My precious.
Okay.
I'm about to kick. It's like, I'm about to take some
Nathrissa,
fucking items.
Yes.
you don't have any points in Adrani, right?
I do not.
Okay. So what I'm gonna have, I'm gonna have Apusand make a language check using Adrani. So you can make an intelligence check, Apusand, with full proficiency.
Okay. Guidance or no on this one?
No, because this is over the course of several hours.
Ah, fair enough, yes. Okay. Oh.
13 is acceptable enough for her to make the roll, but it won't give her advantage.
Okay.
Your intelligence is a +1, Nathrissa, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, mark this down. Your proficiency die for Adrani is going to be a d12.
Okay.
Following the same rules, you will roll it each time you spend a significant amount of time training with Opusant or another teacher.
Okay.
And if you get a 1, then you move down to the next die size.
Okay, so I roll a d12.
Mm-hmm.
Got it. That is not a 1.
Alright, so nothing happens. But you have begun your training. Cool. After 3 hours or so, Cadre, you would return. Aelin, is there anything that you would like to do in this interim? Or are you just spending time with Iceland?
Just spending time with Iceland. And at some point, Aylin's just gonna kind of be like, "Oh man, I could really use like a back massage or something. All this, like, all this fighting and the punches and attacks I've been taking, and I just don't have anyone to do that." And then I'm like, flop on the bed, like, oh
Mhm.
no, I'm on the bed.
Casual seduction.
Whatever will I do?
What's happening?
He's just staring at you, finishing the last bites of his stew, and he's just gonna
Mhm.
watch as you flop on the bed,
Uh,
and slowly
What-
sets it aside, stands up, and he's
Best-
like, "Take off your clothes."
Like,
I like how your
Uh,
line was, "Oh, I am on the bed."
like, take off your clothes.
Aelin, yeah, just blush, slowly takes off clothes, not saying a word.
Yeah. He goes and he fetches some oil.
Oh.
And he'll come over to give you a massage.
Yeah. Aelin, not gonna lie, as a physical combatant, Aelin probably actually really needs one.
Oh yeah, those
Sure.
muscles are.
Yeah.
Never.
Well,
She's.
to be fair, as a monk, also, you're very well trained in how to take care of your body, and you have a very close control over it. So technically, if you wanted to, you could work all those out yourself.
Yeah.
But where's the fun in that?
Yeah. True. So,
Hmm.
yeah, Aylin's just spending time with him. Like, cute time.
Cool. Okay, well, Cadre, you eventually return, and as you bring the tower back down, and you make your way back to Nathrissa and Opusand, the two of you look up to see Cadre approaching. A shiny new ring on his finger.
Oh.
Oh, has it been so many? How many hours has it been already?
About 3. You can hear the sounds of the festival picking back up throughout the camp and the city. The sun has risen.
What does.
Okay, question. Did I hear groans of pleasure from being massaged inside the tent?
Yes.
I don't think.
Okay, then as Cadre approaches, I'm just gonna be like, "Well, welcome back."
Oh god,
They're a
that's the
little
right
busy
spot.
in there.
Oh, yeah.
Very
right
busy,
there.
apparently.
Oh.
Brilliant.
And right.
Oh, that's
I'd like to
good.
discuss with you 3 something. Stop making me laugh.
I'd like to
Listening
discuss
a 90s porno.
something.
Oh, that's the right spot right there. Oh.
Listen, I watched these videos. Anyways, there is something I want to discuss with you both. And Aelin too, but I can tell her later. As much as I hate to say it, traveling through the city right now is not an option.
Huh?
So, we need to, I need to have you two, at least, be able to go in and explain the situation to the leaders so they know why I'm not attending. Because I have a feeling that things have gotten worse for at least me here, but that doesn't mean that it should jeopardize the mission in any way.
Alright.
I'll stay at the tent, I guess. I just am at a loss of what to do right now. And not to add on to troubling issues, but I need to deal with this as well. I say as I point to my clavicle where the choker used to hang.
Okay. Apisans, Cadre.
Right. Very well then. I also have some things that I would like to take care of. Mainly, with the acquisition of this ring, I will be able to complete my work on magical items significantly more quickly. Which means I can... It would reduce the amount of time it would take me to convert a spell scroll from 4 days into 2 days.
Is this going to help in the war preparation?
I imagine so, yes.
You nod. Alright.
Me having the ability to cast spells I am not able to cast normally should help me fight other people. If that...
I'm just wondering if it can just wait an hour. I
can wait an hour, yes!
Okay, I just need to... I'm sorry, I just... I'm
No,
very...
no, I didn't mean, like, I don't need to do that now. I just
Okay.
meant, like, I would like to do it within the next couple days.
Oh, okay. See, Cadre, I've seen you work on your craft, and when you're in it, you're in it. Like, I could probably hit you in the back with something, and you wouldn't even turn around if you were focused enough. Like, you see what I'm
That's
saying?
entirely fair.
Okay, that's why I wanted to check to make sure, because as much as I'm excited about this new development, and I completely don't understand any of it, I still am a little bit anxious about the fact of what's happening here.
Oh, that feels so good.
Oh my god, shut the fuck up! We get it, it feels good!
Yes,
Y'all kind of
Nathrissa's
I hear
scream.
yell. And then I'm like, oh god, okay. You hear like shuffling and stammering and stumbling.
I just start playing with the ends of my hair, and I'm like,
Connor
I'm a little bit...
just has to bend over and puts his hands on his knees and
Listen, I'm a little anxious right now. If we could just get to business, that'd be great.
I'm gonna try to.
No,
I'm gonna try to not use my.
very serious thing. Yes.
Alright. So,
I come out of the tent, like, haphazardly, like, kind of hopping, putting on, like, a pair of shoes.
Have a good time.
This is while she's stretching, like, you know, twisting her arms back and forth. Oh, man. Massage, yeah, it was really nice. Welcome back. Sorry, I didn't know y'all were here. So are we ready to go into the city?
We were here for plenty.
Blushing, like, abiling.
It's like, oh, we were here.
Wait, what? What opposite?
Moves large ear.
Aelin just, like, kind of, like, brushes her hands over her face. Oh, okay, I get it.
Son apparently got an earful.
You're not the only one. Now listen. God, is this what I'm like? Anyways, would you
Oh.
listen in
Oh
real
no.
quick?
No, you're worse.
Listen, I tried to be quiet, and no, this is not a conversation for right now. Cadre,
help.
Fine.
I turned to Aelin, and I'm like,
Fine. Yeah, it's not.
God damn it, it's been a hellish few days. We just escaped a fucking mad woman's manor. I would like to focus on things we have to do, because if I don't, I'm going to start losing it, Aelin. I'm gonna lose it.
Right. Okay. Sorry. I was just trying. You're right. So the first thing I would like to do is talk to Frenanon and Iceland. Who else needed to speak with us aside from Carduin? Everyone?
The curtain brushes aside the tent flap, and Iceland pokes his antlers out. He's half dressed now, topless, but the kilt is on. Mostly Carduin, but I believe that Queen Anan wants the word.
Aelin nods. Okay, so Fuinanan and then Carduin. And then afterwards, I think we should take a couple days in the city to try to learn about the Skyne Witch and the temple amid the lake to gather that information before we head back out to deal with that.
Actually, he steps out fully now, stretching up to his full height and kind of just like working out his shoulders. He glances at Aelin. You should meet Carduin and Fuinanan at the Temple of Hasesh. Meanwhile, he looks toward Nathrissa and Opusand. You two, if you could meet the Priuli, Vatika Suris, she's at the temple to Minesh. There are things you have to know.
Alright.
Alright, so we meet with them and then stay in the city to learn about the Skyne Witch.
He looks
Cadre.
toward Cadre and nods. You're free to go with who you wish, or on your own.
Cadre.
Where would I be the most help?
He shrugs.
I
feel
point
like-
at Nathrissa.
Well, the problem is that I don't speak the native language here. So, despite my skills in diplomacy, the fact is that I'm at a significant disadvantage.
You're very quiet, by the way.
Oh, I am?
There we go.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, the fact of the matter is that I don't speak the native language here, so despite my skills in diplomacy, the fact of the matter is that I'm going to be at a disadvantage because they can always say whatever they want to outside of the normal
Right.
language, and I won't know what they're saying.
Right.
I know that for one thing, Cadre, I would really like your assistance in making myself a little bit less, well, targeted.
Right.
You know how to blend into a crowd.
disguise. A nice hood, possibly, to cover your...
Something to give me
Ears?
bulk to make me look less like I am.
Oh, you want me to disguise you? Okay.
Yes.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Alright. And if you need to go anywhere, Cadre, I could fetch Digali. I'd be happy to guide you and translate.
That would be incredibly helpful, actually. If a translator would be extremely valuable, especially if they have a good skill in perception, so they can catch when people are, whispering things they think I
Hmm.
won't understand.
He kind of chuckles under his breath. Maybe not the goalie then.
But yeah, Nathrissa, have a seat. I'll get started right away.
Thank you, Cadre.
I pull out my disguise kit.
And I could either go meet them myself, or Cadre, you could join me.
Also, can I touch Cadre's butt and give him some guidance?
Sure.
He
I'm
bends
also
over
going
to pick up his
use,
kit.
Gift of luck on myself.
Okay, you cast Gift of Luck, and you have that advantage to spend when you wish.
I'm going to go
or-
ahead and cast it at 3rd
Yeah.
level because I am going to need another roll when I do the cake.
Okay, so you have 2 advantages to spend.
Yes.
You could probably spend more time today working on the cake.
What is this festival called again? I'm sorry.
Rapi.
Rapi.
Disguise is Dex, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. Then that is a plus 8. And then plus 1d4. Wow.
Okay.
Even with a nat 1, though, that's a 14.
Yeah.
14 is not bad. For the average person, they're not going to see through a 14.
Yeah, it's just
Uh,
like a 2.
It's not going to fool anybody who's trained, but, you know.
Yeah,
most
but
of these
we're
are
not
just
really
average
worried about
people,
those
yeah.
who are trained. We're worried about,
Yeah.
the mob.
Exactly.
So, this should do the trick.
Yep, okay, so keeping that in mind, 14 on the disguise kit. Can you... Actually, I'll make a note for myself there.
Wow. A 1 and a 2.
Because that's going to be relevant.
Like,
Next
dang.
session...
Thank you for the D4, though. That
You are quite welcome.
kind of
Yeah,
saved
I know.
it. It took it from a 10 to a 14.
So... with that in mind, Aislinn returns to the tent to finish getting dressed, and he steps out fully clothed, staff in hand. So... heading on your way, or I can fetch you a guide. He points at, just kind of wafts a hand in Cadre's direction.
Just a translator would be, translator, someone with good perception would be great.
I know one. Come. And he begins to walk away from the group, gesturing for Cadre to follow.
I follow.
Well then. So where was Cadre gonna go after Degali?
I was going to go with Aelin.
Okay.
Okay.
Then I'll go with.
Aelin follows along. You two head off in that direction. Apusand and Nathrissa. Nathrissa, Cadre has fixed your hair so that it's more over your ears. He's given you more human features, which isn't super hard, considering you're technically only half-elf, since you are Aasimar. So he's accentuated some of the less elven features on your face, just toned your skin to be a little bit less pale, and he has... actually, rather than him dyeing your hair, you use the pen and change it to a completely different color, a dark brown.
Yeah, and I wear it like in a little braid that goes down my back.
Mm-hmm. You change clothes as well. Nothing ostentatious, not what you were wearing yesterday. And you're good to go. So the two of you are heading straight to the Temple of Minesh?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay. The two of you depart and head back out to the street, making your way through the tents of the Lukdian and Quimodeth tribe. We'll finish up Cadre and Aelin first. Cadre, Aelin, you two are led weaving through the tents here. Let me see. Okay. You weave your way through the tents, as the sounds of the day are kind of like heating up. You can hear more armor and weapons being worked on, and you see like some of the warriors of the tribe moving about, somebody directing them. But Aislinn takes you around to another tent that looks similar to his, smaller, a little bit taller. And he stops in front of it and pulls back the flap and calls inside. You can't understand what he's saying because he says it in Khela, so... let me see... I have to make a new note. Frangag. Thierreich. Madad. There's some noise from inside the tent, and as he pokes his head back out of the smaller flap, there follows through a man who's much shorter, actually shorter than both of you. He's probably about 5'1", except that his ears are very tall because he is a hare. His eyes are not dyed the same black, and the tattoos across his cream fur aren't quite as complex as Aislinn's, but he does have like a runic sigil in the middle of his head, and as he kind of like glances out, head moving rapidly and settling on you, he says a few things in Khela to Aislinn, and they converse back and forth. He's clothed less rigorously than Aislinn, who has like a thick kilt and a top. His is more like almost like a loincloth that drapes all the way to the ground. It's cut haphazardly, patchwork, and has a lot of the same talismans, but unlike Aislinn's kind of weird arrangement, he's arranged all of his very precisely and like color coordinated down the clothing. The top that he's wearing is nothing more than like a set of straps across his chest, from which hang a number of small things, and you can see there's two gourds, kind of like what Aislinn has, dangling there as well. After a brief moment, Aislinn turns to you. This is Frangag. He'll be with you to translate.
Wonderful. Thank you.
I've work to do, but good luck.
Thank you.
He gives a bow and begins to walk away, and you're left with Frangag, who I need to put notes in for. Sorry, because I'm making things on the spot.
Sorry. Also, what temple is this that they're at?
They aren't at a temple yet.
Oh.
He was fetching them a translator first.
Oh, I see. But they're going to the temple of
Hasesh.
Passage.
Frangag?
Frangag.
Frangag?
Yeah, Frangag.
Okay. Frangag.
He gives a little bow to you. I'm Sigurd Frangag. It's good to meet you.
Thank you.
I'm supposed to be your guide? Or translator, I suppose?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Mainly, it's. I know that there's always a habit, regardless of language, for when someone doesn't want you to hear things, to speak in a different language.
Oh, so you just want me to listen out and make sure that people aren't saying shit.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you need anything else, well, I'm here for you. Oh, name's
Aelin.
Elin.
I give a bow.
Oh, right. He gives a bow.
No, like a Jana greeting that I've seen.
Oh, yeah. He'll return. Ah, nice. You learn. And you?
I assume he's speaking to Kadri at this point?
Mm-hmm.
Kadri Dara, nice to meet you.
Elin and Kadri. Alright. Well, good. Where are we headed?
Temple of Hasesh.
Oh, yeah, I know the place. Right, this way? He just kind of like prances ahead of you. He's very quick on his feet.
Okay.
And glances back over his shoulder. Well, come on, let's get going.
We are both fast enough to keep up.
Yeah. So you begin to head off through there. We're gonna jump back to Nathrissa and Abasan, and I am going to have you change the music back to the music that I have for the festival.
Are we skipping the first two songs still?
Yes.
Can do.
Not much longer left in the session, but we're just going to finish a few things out. So you begin to head through the streets. As you go, paying attention to the crowds, you do notice... sorry, just that... You do notice that this time, there are far fewer eyes on you. At the moment. People don't seem to be paying as much mind to Nathrissa. The festival's noise has picked up from the first night significantly, and people are really getting into it now. You are on... Let's see. You know that the last day of the festival is the 6th, so if you include today, 3 more days. The smell of food wafts through the streets. You've had a bit of stew this morning, but if you wanted to stop and get food, you know that it's freely available. Abasan, as you begin to descend the curving steps through the city, you can see the 4 temples of the Muses. Off to the south, to your right, are the temples of Hasesh and Razesh. And off to the left are Minesh and Sharesh, in that order.
Alright. I know we have to go to Temple of Minesh, so I'll be pointing us that direction.
So you turn to the north and begin making your way through the streets. As you go, the city is awash in color. Still, there are petals drifting down from the air as people are like climbing buildings and throwing just baskets of them into the air. They're carried down by the wind, and so they drift and kind of like catch in your clothes a little bit. You pass by that same circular, the large circular courtyard where they did the mock fight between the actor that was playing Razesh and the actor playing the Demon of Ignorance. And there are people dancing there now, and somebody's set up a cart with like almost street food style. They're like this these sticks covered in fried dough and then spiced. You can smell the spice wafting off of them. It's like paprika and cinnamon. Very interesting combination.
I kind of pull on Abasan's sleeve at that point, and I'm just like, would you go and get us a couple?
Absolutely, yes. Let's have something nice.
It smells really good.
It does, doesn't it? So I'll go off to the side and I'll grab some.
Okay, you walk over to the stand, and there's an older bird there. You can see like the graying in his feathers. And he's just kind of like proffering them out. Come, get some. They're fresh. I just fried them. Hello, sir.
Oh,
Oh, you're a
what?
big one, aren't you? He's looking up at you. Hello, would you like a few?
Actually, yes, please. That'd be wonderful.
Excellent. And he just hands them out to you. Doesn't even ask for payment, which is typical here.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very
Enjoy.
much.
Tell me how you like them. Come back by later.
I certainly will. Thank you very much. I will. I suppose I have a small handful of them.
Yeah, you definitely do. He gave you a bunch, actually. And he turns around and drops a few more into the fryer. There's another younger bird there who he's kind of... You hear him like start giving instructions to. Looks like a relative maybe teaching him the trade.
Oh.
I'll hand one to Nathrissa.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Very
You know, I bet I had too much pride to ask for a second bowl. I wasn't very filled this morning.
It's all right. We can snag more along the way, or perhaps on the way back. Might be better.
Yeah, man. Oh my god, this is so good. Jeez, fuck, what did they put on this?
It's the first thing that hits you is like cinnamon and sugar, that sweetness, and then as you swallow, there's a kick in the back of your throat of spice, and it's fucking amazing.
You see her eyes glimmer, looking at the other ones in your hand, but she says nothing. And she's just like, sorry.
I can share. I know how to share.
I know
Can
how
I
to
have
share.
another one?
Nathrissa, like,
Oh.
Please, sir, may I have some
happily
more?
It's a
you see,
festival.
she's
You
been-
need to enjoy yourself.
She's been extremely somber, like trying to seem as inconspicuous as possible, and this is the first time she's kind of like allowed herself to crack a smile, just like, okay, no one's seeming to care that I'm here right now.
So you're
I will
enjoying the
eat
festival. You're blending
To
in.
my heart's content, yeah.
Can I have the two of you make perception checks, please? As you continue
All
on.
right. All right.
You got it. $16.
16.
10.
10. Okay. You relax a bit, Nathrissa, as you continue moving along and snacking. And you kind of begin making like friendly conversation between each other, laughing. Apusand, you don't notice this, but Nathrissa, you do. A figure keeps popping up in the crowds behind you, nearby you, just every once in a while. It's not like they're constantly in view, but a tall figure in a brown hooded robe.
Is this
With-
similar to the one that we saw the other day?
Yeah, and it's as you kind of like glance over your shoulder to get a better look with that 16 and their terrible roll, you'd be able to catch a couple of things, actually, since they rolled so shittily. One, the robe is exactly the same as the man who stood up for you yesterday night.
Okay.
Two, you do, because like they're behind you and you manage to glance over your shoulder in time to catch them, you do get just a little bit of their features. You don't get the whole face, but you can see the chin, which there's skin. So, not fur.
ooh,
Sharp chin.
spicy.
Yeah, I see this, and I will turn my head back around, and I'm just like, we have a surprise guest attending us.
I have the entire handful of stuff in my mouth.
She looks up and smiles, and she's like, it's nothing to worry about, but maybe we should
Like,
worry ourselves a little bit.
He's like,
Yeah.
I love it.
They smelled so good.
huh? What are you?
And I thought you were gonna share.
I gave you half. I gave you half.
I had
ate
two.
my half.
She's just laughing, but she's also trying to hurry her steps a little bit.
So you guys hurry along a little bit.
It's half when you consider the size.
Yeah, it's half proportionally. Anyway.
Then that's not half.
So you
I was hungry.
continue on, but you hurry your steps a little bit. You do notice Nathrissa, like they dip out of view plenty of times in the crowd, but they are kind of tailing you a little bit toward the temple.
Okay.
Are you just continuing to head on toward the temple, or?
At some point when, like, because there's a lot of festivities happening, when it's closer to the temple, and if I think that the crowd is, thinning enough, I'm gonna turn and cross my arms and be like, well, I thought yesterday was a one-off thing. Made it seem like it was.
They're keeping like 50 feet away at least.
They can't hear me from this distance, but I can cast message,
Oh, you could indeed.
and I do.
Oh.
Okay. So you cast message. You turn and you cast message in their direction. You see them like attempt to duck into the crowd. What are you messaging them?
What I just said, like I thought yesterday was a one-off thing. Are you going to following from a distance?
Yeah, you see them like startle a little bit. They get jostled and they like apologize to somebody, and then you hear the return message. Sorry, I can leave you alone if you want.
Oh, it sounds so sad. I'm like, she kind of makes a face. She looks at Appa-san and then she points back again. Staring in the direction they were at.
I'll look at that in that direction.
No, it's fine. It's just, why are you being so shy?
Well, that's literally what you get in response.
Are they a moon elf?
She kind of just smiles a little bit and is like,
They're a moon elf.
well, shy one, you are welcome to join us in the temple. We're gonna head in now. And I turn and I'm like, let's see if our guest joins us.
Okay.
Well, we shall see.
Yeah, you don't hear a response. You just continue on towards the temple.
Actually, Razvan doesn't really sound like a moon elven name.
No, and Abasan identify the accent as Mundama.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
You continue on towards the temple, and as you continue up, there are like the city itself gives way, all of the buildings kind of parting to a section where the construction is much more ancient Jaina architecture, very well maintained. The steps here turn into like real steps, some of which are cracked, but you can see that meticulously the carvings on them, which are these absolutely intricate mandalas that spread out in these twisting lines in the stone, have been recarved many times by the keepers. The tall, imposing figure of Minesh, with her face flat and curving up into that like strange hooped adornment on top of her head, like stretches out with her hand up over the waters out in front of her and clasps to her chest the large trumpet, the bottom of which there are like broken points where originally during the war parts of it were smashed. But it's very well kept. The doors are open. People are gathered out here on the steps celebrating, painting. You can see people painting in the lines, and just flowers draped everywhere. Lots and lots of people doing music. Inside the temple, though, you see many of the same kind of figures that you saw start the original dance. Veiled, very, very thinly dressed, to the point where the silks are almost see-through in most places, moving about on the inside, talking. As you step up here, the crowds are mostly like off to the sides to keep the main steps clear, and there's a little nudge at your shoulder, Nathrissa. And the hooded figure is there next to you.
Is it Fuinanon?
No.
Oh.
The one that was following you, Razvan.
Oh! Okay.
Oh.
I totally thought it was Fuinanon for a second. I was like, is he a little moon elf boy? But no, this one's tall, isn't he?
Oh yeah. He's tall.
Okay.
Not taller than Abusan. He's probably standing at about 6 feet.
Okay. Yeah, I just kind of look up at him and I'm like,
It's only a little.
Actually, like
shorter than
5'8".
okay.
Godric, so significantly shorter than Godric.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's barely taller than me. Anyways, I just kind of like look over to the side at him and I'm just like, well, welcome along. I turn over to Abusan. Is there a greeting we should do at the door of the temple? I'm not accustomed to the customs, I suppose.
Apusan would know.
Abusan
Amber's
would know.
tired.
There's not a particular greeting that you need to do. If you're going to pay homage to the goddess, to the muse, then there would be at like when you sit down in supplication, but otherwise no, you're fine.
Okay.
And Razvan actually pipes and is like, no, it should be fine. I've been in a few times before.
All right.
I'm
Razvan, wasn't it?
yes.
I kind of nod my head and I'm like, shall we?
Yeah.
And
As you
I'll
begin
walk
to
in.
walk forward, he puts a hand on your shoulder and he's. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. I just. He tilts his head down, so you still can't see his face. I'm sorry for following you. You just. I felt like a kindred spirit. I hope that's not weird. I'm sorry.
Pricking an ear and an
Yeah,
eyebrow
no,
with that.
I kind of like tilt my head and I'm like, well, if you really want to apologize, you could show me your face.
It clears his throat. Alright. He takes a deep breath, and he, as he lifts his hands to draw back his hood, you see his hands. Arthur. Cheetah, pause. And as he draws back the hood, and he looks you in the face, you see a man, slender, elven features on parts of his face. You can see skin covers the majority of it, but where it goes up to where the ears would be, instead on the sides of his head are cheetah ears that extend backwards past the short golden spotted hair that like a mane makes its way down his back. As it follows the neck down, it transitions more and more fur spreading across part of his chest and down the shoulders, leaving his chest bare. He's a half-breed.
Oh, what the fuck?
And he looks at you and he says,
Nani?
Nandesu ka?
I just... Well, neither of us really quite fit into the worlds we're part of. And we're gonna put a pin in that.
Oh goodness. Oh goodness. I was so curious if I'm aware that this has ever happened before.
Nani?
Like, I've been researching Jaina history for a century and then some.
If you want to really quick, I can have you make a history check for me.
I would love to make a history check, and I'd love to guidance myself on this one if that's possible.
You may.
Is there
Just
any
imagine
way,
Abusan
because that we're
slapped
looking
his
at
own
him, that
forehead as he sees
I could
the-
also see what half he is? Like, what the other half is?
Oh, yeah, that's very recognizable. The features
Okay.
are High Elven. You know
Oh,
that.
what the
What
fuck?
the-
Oh, my dice. My dice.
13's not bad.
with a 13, okay, it's actually, you wouldn't get much information, but you would know this is possible, but extremely rare. Cross-fertility between races other than human, is very rare.
Yeah. And then Jaina and High Elf, that is rare on top of that for a multitude of reasons.
Oh, yeah. Well, with that bomb drop, I wanted to get to Cadre and Aelin making it to the temple, but we're at 2:51, so I think it's good to put a pin in it, and we can. There's another bomb I want to drop, but that can wait till the start of next session.
No, I want to know so bad.
Hold on, this is me right now.
Can you show?
If everybody really wants to, I can make it a quick trek through the city to get you guys there.
I'm okay with that.
I mean, I think Abusan, since he's not here, if he wants to dip out, because I know he's tired.
I'm exhausted, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I'm really tired.
Yeah, you're fine. You can go to bed. It's only gonna take us like 10-15 minutes to wrap up. So.
Yeah, I'll just ask for a recap.
Yeah, and then your character won't know what your character doesn't
what
know.
I won't know?
Exactly,
Perfection.
yeah. The party can actually explain it to you.
Perfection. When I have the clearance to understand things.
Mm-hmm.
Whew. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Oh, good night.
Good night. Sleep well. Thank you so much for coming in.
Can do. Thank you again.
Okay. Aelin, Cadre. The two of you follow your guide, winding quickly through the packed streets. You don't experience any trouble at all. As you make your way down the steps, he turns you all to the south, and you wind through some alleyways heading towards the Temple of Hasesh. You can see it rising up at the edge of the cenote. Hasesh's figure veiled in like the stonework made to look like long robes. The image of like a large moon-like orb clutched to her chest with two arms, the other two arms spread wide, head up, but covered in her typical veil. It's massive. It towers above the city. The extended palms, somehow somebody's made their way up there and lit giant braziers on them, so they burn with fire that has been tinged blue. You pass right by the section of the city where all the food carts are set up, and we're moving quickly so that we can get to the end of this, but if later there's food that you wanted to grab from it, then we'll say that you did.
Mm-hmm. We're over there.
Eventually, your path leads you to the Temple of Hasesh. This is lower in the city, closer to the water. And so the steps actually wind down to the opening, where it's put in between the feet of Hasesh. Down here near the bottom, the temple itself is badly damaged from a long time ago, so like the feet are broken off, but as it continues upward, it's mostly intact. A series of braziers are lit out front, and you can see that in front of the temple there is a large gathering of warriors of the Prequella tribe, standing guard, as well as not only you can see from a distance with your perception. Why am I blanking?
Aelin?
Cadre?
What? No, the Fuinanon. You can see Fuinanon there, but you can also see others of your order. I turned my brain off because I thought that we were finishing, and now I have to turn it back on. Hold on.
Apologies. I just want to know.
No, that's fine. Here we go. The Guadangil.
Mm-hmm.
You see about 3 or 4 of them. Yeah, 4 of them and Fuinanon. Fuinanon seems to be conversing with the very familiar and recognizable figure of Keredwin, the half-panther, half-crow. Or raven, rather. And as you approach, they turn their eyes in your direction, and Fuinanon immediately, goes into a bow as you step up.
I give a gentle, bow back. You're fine. How are things? It looks tense. Or busy.
Yeah, Fuinanon straightens up, but Keredwin is the first to speak. You could say that. We've had a bit of a shake-up in the past, well, the night that you left. I think it's about time we catch you up to speed.
Of course.
Fuinanon, you want to do the honors? He nods. Sorry, I'm not very good at these. Oh, never mind. I'll take care of it. So, she gestures behind her at the doors, and you can see that there are, priests and priestesses of Hasash in there. Moving about. As you can see, we got to work as we discussed, starting to open the vaults. We managed to open the vaults that are in pretty much every one of the Muses' temples, but we had an issue. She glances around, just kind of brings you in a little bit closer to make sure that people aren't nearby and listening. Not much use in keeping it a secret now, but still, best to keep as much as we can away from prying ears. I took with me Janupri as we opened the vault within the Temple of Minash. Well, as we started to descend into there was an attack. There were a number of high elves. We don't know where they came from. They made their way into the camp pretty stealthily amid all the festivities, I suppose. Several were wounded, and we couldn't have managed to fend them off if not for the lucky arrival of a couple of your men and women. Gestures at Fuinanon, who, gives her a nod. But I'm afraid in the chaos down in the vault, there was an artifact. An artifact of Minash. And to protect it, Janu...
or Minash?
Of Minash.
Okay.
Janupi threw herself on it to protect it. The elves were trying to attack it, destroy it. And when she touched it... When Jade touched it, it bonded with him. There was screaming, her eyes were... I keep saying her, fuck. Their eyes were burned out of their heads. And they fell into a coma. Between that and the wounds they suffered from the elves falling upon her, we're not sure if they're going to make it.
Aylin's just in thought. High elves, you sure?
Yes. And Fuinanon speaks up this time. I'm very certain. They were identified by some of the... fuck. I closed it again. Why did I close it?
Gwyn and Gil?
No. What did I... call your order? The monks.
Oh, why did I close that? It depends on their level,
Yeah, that's right. They were identified by... I'll just say monks for now. They were identified by some of the monastic order that came to their aid. once we were seen, there's actually, like, he pauses in the middle of it, and you feel somebody just over your shoulder, Aelin, and you turn quickly, and there's a female moon elven figure, robed in the same way that you are, who gives a gentle bow, very graceful, and Kadri, as you glance at them, it's almost like angelic watching how smoothly they step up and bow, and then raise themselves back up very gracefully. Lady Miranen, once we were seen, we couldn't risk them returning with information. I'm afraid that they had to be put down. We couldn't take them for questioning. We found no direct indication that they were with the cult, but we cannot rule it out.
Aelin kind of nods, and she just says, well, are you sure no one got away?
We are very certain.
Then you did what I would have done.
She gives a tiny nod, and Fuinanon returns to his report. Furthermore, glances at... Fuck, I'm just fumbling now. He glances in the direction of Caradwyn, who kind of looks back to the temple, turns in that direction, and he returns his gaze to you. We found something in the vaults of Hasesh. We think it's for you.
Aelin's eyebrow, like, raises. Why, what... I mean... what indicates it would be for me?
His eyes shift around, and as he glances, like, around the area and at the multiple people milling around there, he drops into...
Avalon.
Avalon. Yeah, Avalon.
Avalon.
And he says, on the pedestal, it had your name.
The fuck?
In a moon rune.
Huh.
It's getting juicier.
Juicy!
Aelin's just like... Alright. Well,
Maybe it's best if you see.
yes, and talk outside of public. I hope maybe we can also later go visit Janupri and see what healing capabilities we might be able to assist with.
Are you dropping back into common for that?
Yeah.
Caradwyn glances over her shoulder. Might that be mighty nice of you? It'd be good to have a healing hand.
We have
Let's hope that she comes
specifically
forward.
healing hands.
Oh, well, excellent. Did we want to show her the way then? Looking at Fuinanon, and Fuinanon nods. He begins to move in the direction of the temple doors. Okay. Almost there, I promise.
No, I'm living for this.
I'm on the edge of my seat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wish I wasn't fumbling my words so much. Where is that song?
What? Is it this one?
No.
Okay. Oh.
Oh. What is?
Oh, this one.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
As you pass through the open doorways, you see a number of robed and veiled figures, much the same as you remember Jonubri being. The colors of the silks are different here. They're more silvers and blues. And everyone here in this temple is wearing a veil. You can see that the public is being kept out, so there's nobody from the festival here. It's just the priestesses and a couple of priests as well, and a few guards. All around, the architecture is very familiar. You can see off by a statue in the far back of the room, there are these, like, chambers to sleep in at the foot of the muse, where one can dream. Moon motifs cover the walls, some of them more well-maintained than others, but you turn down a hall to the side. It's obscure and winding, and lit by torchlight here. It branches off into several sections that are collapsed, some that continue on, but you're led in different directions. And as you round a corner, you come to a very thick-looking door. Once it was sealed, but now the door, which is guarded by 2 warriors of the tribe, is crumbled to ruin. The seal broken. It looks like it used to be 5 feet thick, made of multiple layers of stone. Whoops, I forgot to put that on loop.
Jeez, 5 feet.
Yeah. And glancing at it, you get an idea of just how secure these vaults were made to protect whatever was inside. Caradwin glances over her shoulder. Yeah. This way. Mind the rubble. Don't trip.
As we're walking, Aelin says, "How are the other temples and their vaults?"
Oh, they're safe. Nothing quite as serious as this. I wouldn't worry about
Okay.
those.
And just to make sure, the artifact in Minesh is apparently bound to Janupri?
Aye. Unfortunately. Really, the wounds itself wouldn't have been too bad if it weren't for the artifact. We're not sure what its point is. Maybe it'll protect her, who knows, if it's a relic of the Muse. They were very, very devoted to all the Muses. That's why they were the High Keeper here. Maybe their faith will carry them through.
I hope so as well.
Ahead, as you step into this hall, the path descends through the dark rock in a more natural cavern. The jagged basalt is smooth upon the floor, but it's left rough upon the ceiling and walls. As you step inside, a soft glow fills the space, crystal seams in between the natural basalt columns humming gently to life, in a soft orange as it reacts to your presence. Slowly begin to descend, following the winding passage where it twists and turns, narrows and widens. You can see where the natural cavern has been repurposed, other passages sealed off long ago to prevent confusion. It is nothing so fancy as the vaults that you saw in Basthunal, which were extremely well crafted. This feels far more utilitarian. Light crystals quickly worked into the natural seams, the floor of the cavern barely smooth, uneven in some places. Decoration is minimal, and when it's present at all, it's no more than a few small carvings, little mandalas on the pillars that seem almost personal, maybe left from the architects. As you round another corner and begin to see more light ahead, and a widening of the passage, Aelin, you
Yes.
notice this, and only you. You're not just the only one to see this. You're the only one that could see this. Stealing a glance around the walls of the sloping cavern, your eyes catch a glimmer of white, which rises to a gentle glow as you pass it by, one only visible to you, and maybe Fuinanon. They're moon runes. You can see where the markings around them bind their function. only visible to members of... Only visible, it says, to the chosen of Alunair.
Oh.
1 second.
Yeah, I'll take a look as we're walking.
The first set of runes that you pass by with their soft moonlight glow. Sorry, everybody. Hello. Thank you for the raid. I'll greet you in a bit.
Hello. We're doing important things. Whoa.
Welcome, fellow child of the light of Alunair. Another passes you on the other side. If you are here, then you have been chosen, and we are sorry. Another. Often does darkness obscure truth, but in this time it was our light that blinded the world. The next. For the greater good, we left our memories when we buried this place. But as the moonlight reveals all secrets, so too must this one day be unearthed. The lie does not lie buried here, but here rest the first steps. As was commanded, we and the guardians of this place leave unto you gifts. Buried in the darkest hour, when flames consumed knowledge, where they would be forgotten. Take them, and forgive us. The last of the runes fade out of sight just as your feet hit the opening of the chamber ahead of you. Unlike the path leading here, this place looks far more finished, though still rougher and more rushed than those you found in Bestunal. A soft light streams points down from the sloped ceiling above. The walls of the chamber are dark and smooth, made of the same basalt as the rest of the place. They've been polished down, but where the columns meet, the seams remain, filled instead by thin filament strands of a shining silver metal. The room forms a hexagon around a small central stone platform raised only about 3 feet off the ground. It is round, split into 16 sections, almost like petals, with a gentle slope to the edges. It is made of many layers of stone, and past the lip it slopes downward and levels out into a circular dais of sorts. Each segment is decorated in the same geometric patterns with the very same silvery inlays as the walls. In the middle of this platform, there is a pillar, which stands at about chest height. Its edges, which curl outward, are carved into shapes that seem to depict the cycles of the moon. On this stand, there gleams a twisting piece of metal, delicately curled, like an intricate cage. Aelin, I would like you to make a history check for me.
Oh. It's here. Hold on. History? Or, let's see. Can I spend knowledge points?
How many knowledge points and on what?
Let's see. This is a specific, which would be 3 on this thing, because the other ones are. So I think the first one's most prevalent.
Okay. Let me see. The first one would be most prevalent, and that's a specific knowledge, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you would be spending 3?
Mm-hmm.
Good. Aelin, you instantly recognize it from its shape and the typical shine of mithril.
Oh my god.
You've only seen this in a singular mural. The mural of Alunair, the depiction of her descending from the heavens to grant unto her followers a tear.
Oh my god.
This is the cage of the tier of Alunair. And that's where we'll end tonight's session.
Oh my god.
The music just ended too. As it just fades. Wow.
The tier of Alunair.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well then, everybody. First of all, as we wrap this up, holy shit, thank you so much. I'm sorry, Lord Baron, I was in the middle of things, but thank you so much for the raid. Hello, you're amazing. Everybody, if you are not following Lord Baron, they were also streaming Dungeons & Dragons, so please go give them a follow. I'm gonna have to go check them out myself and catch up on what they were up to. But hello, welcome to the channel, everybody. We are just coming to the end of Mythos Vanesia Nightfall, Episode 9, Darkness over Pattal. You've missed a bunch, but don't worry. The VOD will be up just after this, and you can watch that for free. I hope you all enjoyed the fabulous final description of my player's discovery down in the vault there. And if you did enjoy your short time with us, then please make sure to drop a follow and catch us next Saturday at 10 p.m. Central Standard Time again for episode 10, where we begin tying all these threads together.
Yeah, you guys don't realize how juicy these details are that we just had revealed.
Oh, yeah.
Like, y'all don't know the
The
history of
juice.
what it took to get.
Y'all
So
just
please
came
go
in.
back and figure out what happened. Join
Let
the
me
Discord so
actually-
you can do the recap.
What a great time for y'all to show
Oh,
up
heck yeah.
to hear that. That was such a good scene.
Thank you, Master Destroyer. Yes, there we go, Master Destroyer. Thank you so much for the follow. And welcome into the chat. Let me actually, just because this is juicy lore, why don't we throw up... Oh dear, where did I put that?
Why don't we throw up? Oh dear.
Yeah, why don't we just throw up really quick?
Hold on. Okay.
Oh no.
I am because I'm excited. I can't believe. Oh my god. Oh, it's not what I was expecting in here at all.
Oh no, like the
Yeah.
half-breed guy? Like what the fuck is that? What's happening?
May I just give unto you, everybody, the mural that I was talking about. This is the goddess Alunair, Lady of the Moon, of Moonlight, of Revelation, delivering unto her followers in an ancient time a singular tear of purest
My
light.
goddess.
Yes. You can find that as the banner image of the channel. Thank you. Beautiful stuff. And yes, this is actually art that is owned by me. Yes, it was actually commissioned of Alunair. I'm so fucking happy with it. Anyway, so that's why that's so juicy. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Well, yeah, now that we're at the end of the session, for as long as everybody here is willing to stay for a moment, we can have a couple of minutes if anybody has any questions that they want to ask, or just to say hi to us, all of you new people.
For the new people who have arrived, you might want to show them the protagonists of this story.
Oh, yeah. Let me put on some new... Ooh, that's loud. Some new music. Oh my god. And another raid.
Oh my goodness,
Oh no.
look at all these raids.
Hello, Wisdom Saves. First of all, I love the name. Thank you so much for the raid. I really need to fix my mod command. There we go. Shout out to Wisdom Saves. Thank you so much for the raid. Holy heck. 2 raids. I'm so sorry that you came in just as we wrapped up our session. You just missed some really juicy stuff, everybody. But hey, as I just said... Where has Baron left me? Hello! As I just said,
everyone.
we stream our D&D campaign every Saturday from 10 p.m. Central Standard Time to 2:30 a.m. Central Standard Time. We actually pushed quite far past our normal ending time. It's 3:20 right now. But hello, Bread Avenger. Hello, Nicole is Illogical. Hello, Burrows Red. Hello, Holy Smokes Batty. Thank you so much for joining the channel. If you enjoy D&D and a deeply homebrewed world full of way too much lore for even me to keep track of, even though I'm the one that writes it, then please drop a follow and check us out next week. We also have... Let me run this command for everybody. Ding. We also have our YouTube, so if you want to check out the previous episodes, there's a lot of lore missing from the story because we began in the middle of our campaign, in the middle of a Haunted Manor arc, but you can pick up from episode 1 there. Literally books of it. Y'all want to see my binder?
Listen, I have a binder.
And I have a novel.
This thing right here is about a quarter of it. The rest is on my Google Drive. So, that's how much lore 6 years of writing a world gets you.
Oh my god.
Yeah. We're at 6 years now. 6 years of me writing this shit. 1 year, more than 1 year now, of us playing this game. Speaking
Thank you for letting me join that.
Oh, absolutely.
To think all of this D&D thing started because I was like, hey Rex, join to a D&D campaign.
I know, it's amazing.
You want a D&D with us?
But yeah.
You know, and me, I'm on Reddit, I'm like, oh, I need to find some gay people to play D&D with.
Well,
Boy,
you
did
found
you
us.
find 'em.
We're hella gay and we love D&D, so yeah. Let me change it over. Here we go, everybody. The protagonists of the story, the Cardinal Argi themselves, drawn by our lovely Jewel here, aka Nathrissa Saral. You can see her there on the right, the High Elven Aasimar.
Hello.
Everybody, now that we've wrapped up, since you just raided in, I don't want to close everything out just yet. If anybody has some questions for me, or for the players here, please feel free to drop them in the chat. We're happy to chat with you now that you're here for a little bit of time.
Of course.
Yeah, I'm raring to
Well,
go.
what
I am zooted off excitement juice from
Oh,
mystery
yeah.
and lore being revealed.
Oh yeah,
From juicy drama bomb.
juicy
Yeah, y'all
drama bomb.
showed up just as we finished the session, and there was so much awesome things that happened.
Yo,
Yeah.
okay, and all of you need to go check out, like, once you've reviewed all the videos and you've read up on the backstory, you guys need to go to the clips and find out the juicy, delicious heartbreak that happened in one of the
The
previous
delicious
sessions. I'm
and
saying.
devilish heartbreak.
Yes.
Betrayal.
Betrayal.
When I gave you literal panic attacks.
We literally
I-
had panic
so
attacks.
sorry.
Okay, I feel like what we're doing is we're advertising something like on a commercial where they just say, "Do you want excitement, action, and
Oh my God.
adventure?"
And a little bit of horny because we have 2 charisma casters.
Yeah.
You want horny sexuality and drama.
Yes. People
That's
drooling
not a
over.
horrible reality show.
Oh my
Right.
god.
But
True.
there's
True.
magic.
There it is. Let me.
Of so many varieties.
I think with so many new people, it would be good to just maybe give y'all a little rundown of, I guess, the story.
Yeah, and what Vanesia is.
Oh my gosh. How would I even begin?
I know, how
Um,
do you summarize
yeah.
such a grand thing?
It is a lot. Cliff notes.
Cliff notes.
It's a world.
Maybe starting.
We live in a society.
I
God.
think starting maybe around Shino Call.
Starting around Shino Call?
Well, because that's
let's
after
start with this.
Fesuno.
Let's start with this. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, Raiders. I hope that you're all interested enough to click that follow button. I am the Grinning Gamer, aka Rex and many other names. I have way too many characters. Mythos Vanesia Nightfall is the result of 6 years of a passion project of me building a homebrew world from the ground up, starting just from the concept of a brand new pantheon of gods. We do play in D&D 5e, modified in some aspects, so you may notice lots of homebrew popped in here and there. But for the most part, it is D&D 5e. Vanis is my brainchild, my baby. It is a fully detailed world. However, in this campaign, in Mythos Vanesia Nightfall, we are currently focused on the continent of Salika, to the northwest. Upon Salika, there are many conflicts brewing, from the native Jaina tribes who have long been oppressed by the Etherian Empire, which, founded by the High Elves, now spreads from the west coast to the east, through the ancestral home of the Jaina, against which they waged an ancient war and enslaved. Beneath this surface, though, lies the cult of Noct, worshippers of the god of night, who constantly seeks to corrupt the light of Alunair, goddess of the moon, and to whom, Aelin owes her worship as Moon Elf.
Yes.
To the continent of Salika, Aelin journeyed, gathering allies along the way, mixing and matching, until eventually the Cardinal Argi, the 4 members whom we've shown you now, formed around her. They faced many dangers in the ruins of Asaset, deep within the Salika Wood. They faced down the Cult of Noct for the first time, rescuing Nathrissa Soral, High Elven Aasimar, from their clutches for purposes unknown. They moved then to the city of Shinokal, and with new allies, they overturned the empirical rule of Kalistare, the headmaster of the Cynosure Arcanum, pinnacle of magical advancement within the Etherian Empire, whose crimes, when uncovered, led him to stage a coup over the city and turn against the Cardinal Argi.
Oh, you guys have no idea how much drama and intrigue that we had to go through in that segment.
I wish that we were recording back then.
Yeah,
Right? That was so good.
It was just so involved, you know?
Mhm.
I had such a spider web that I got tangled up in it sometimes. So,
Fair.
Anyways.
The
Oh,
biggest
yeah.
regret I have is that we weren't recording the opera segment.
oh, the opera.
That was just
Mhm.
so good on
It wouldn't have been as good without the music,
True.
which
Facts.
wouldn't have been able to make it into the VOD.
That's
Anyway, in Salika, after they staged a revolution against Kalistare, and finding him far too powerful to face on their own, turned to the salvation of Nathrissa's father, the old hero Elias Siral. They stood victorious amid the Asses of Shinokal, having faced down themselves Lord Valoran, who was on Kalistore's side. However, their triumph didn't last long. As they celebrated the freedom of the city, along with their allies, the Valkyrie Squad, and a few other close friends, Aelin was granted a vision by her goddess, Alunair. This vision told of dark oncoming peril. The Cult of Noct, having suffered a blow against them in the ruins of Asaset, at the hands of the Cardinal Argi themselves, now regrouped and turned their attention to Pattal in the Budiab archipelago to the northwest of Salika. There in the ruins of Pattal, the ancient city of the Jaina, the Prequella gathered. The Keepers guarded vaults deep beneath the surface in these ruins. What was inside? Nobody can really say. Even the Keepers themselves do not know. But it seems that the cult wants whatever's in here for their own purposes. And so, seeing an impending attack, an impending war against the tribes by the Cult of Noct, the party hurried their way to the Isle of Sengsala, to Astadash, where the Prequella tribe makes their summer home, normally nomadic across the Isles. Or not summer, sorry, winter home. My bad. Anyway. Alunair left Aelin with a message. Potential salvation in the form of a boon. Deep beneath the surface of the lake upon which Astadash rests, there is a temple, an ancient temple to the moon. And somewhere on this isle, a lighthouse that can only be seen under the light of the full moon. This lighthouse is connected to 3 towers, each with a crystal, which, when borne under the light of the full moon, will turn the lock that the lighthouse holds and unlock the temple beneath the waters. Here, Alunair can finally grant Aelin, her chosen, a boon to aid her against the cult and hopefully turn the tide. For the past 8 sessions, the party has fought their way through the darkness of a twisted manor deep within the woods on the Isle of Sangsala, hounded by a mysterious man that brought with him a blood moon in the sky, a twisted lizard folk. The spirit of the house itself, whose insane former owner bound her spirit to this place, and an angry forest spirit, whose lover, an old Jaina slave, was murdered by the very mistress that now inhabits that home. Last session, we had just wrapped up that arc, and now we returned to Pattal, or Astadash, rather. And that is where we left off. Everything in that arc you can find for yourselves in the VODs. So,
yes,
that's the brief summary, the cliff notes.
Yeah, during the ancient tower in the woods that held one of the moon crystals is where this kind of starts, which was supposed to be like a one-shot and turned into an 8-session like mini campaign.
Yeah, I wrote too many puzzles.
Fine.
I'm sorry.
Which is fine.
It was supposed to be a Halloween special.
There was much necromancy.
There was. Yes, Lev loved it.
Mucho necromancy.
Mucho necromancy. Plus a visit from our favorite Cheshire.
Oh.
Oh
yes.
yes! Oh my
Where-
god!
If you see the mascot of my channel, the Cheshire, whose face is on the channel, that's my character, Shesha. And they made an appearance. They're very fun.
We found out, like,
So
some
much
super,
juice.
super jaw-dropping information
The juiciest tea.
Oh, yeah.
that made us all scream in various
Well,
ways.
they can find that out on their own. Anyway, with that summary done, we're gonna wait just a moment to see if anybody has any questions for me. I guess we're turning this kind of into an impromptu living lore session, since I won't be having one tomorrow.
Well, we got so many surprise guests. I figured that would be a good way to kind of introduce y'all to at least a D&D segment of your channel.
Yes, which there's a lot more than D&D. As you'll notice, I do a lot of gaming as well. So... yeah.
Yes, we only show up on Saturdays.
Yeah.
So about crossbreeds.
Yeah, about crossbreeds. What about them?
So what's up with that?
Wow, our first question of the night. Hi.
Hey, what's up with that?
Let me, first of all, drop a follow to both of the people who were kind enough to raid to me. Done.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. So crossbreeds. They can happen. What do you want to know about them?
Well, I know I am one.
You are. You are half angel, half high elf.
Yeah, so how... I know that I'm not normal. How abnormal is this person we've just met?
Extremely.
Didn't
Extremely.
he say that he felt like a spiritual connection with
Kindred
Nathrissa?
spirit.
Like a kindred
Yeah.
spirit.
Spirit. Wow.
He did. Interesting
Okay.
point. It seems that he recognizes a half-breed when he sees one.
Which I find odd.
It's like,
Yeah.
Alpasan, how do you know?
Interesting.
I know, like, does he smell it? Like, is it a blood thing?
He... I don't know. Maybe there's something in
I
the features.
don't know either.
We
You
will
look very
find out
High
more.
Elven, but like enough to pass most of the time. But maybe for somebody that's used to being identified as a half-breed, who's different. I don't know. We'll see. I actually, I'm not gonna say because I have a plan for that, and I want that to be in character. So
I love that. I know. I'm sorry. I'm being.
I introduced them as more social intrigue.
Oh. I'm really interested to see like what part he is going to play going forward.
Yeah, I'm like, what's up with this? What's popping off?
He's just like, I feel a kindred connection with you, and Nathrissa's like, yeah, no. I'm kidding.
No, you were stalking me.
Now
these
listen, we
streets.
can
You
feel
wouldn't do
more than a
that.
connection.
Ooh.
I'm sorry.
Oh, of course.
It's in my blood. Can't help it. But no, yeah, I've never heard of it before. Well, then again, like, I don't think you've mentioned any tieflings either, so.
Right.
Like, it's not very common.
I have not mentioned any tieflings, although, Aelin would have seen some in her travels through Albion.
Yeah.
They're more common there, where in Albion it's very much a melting pot, and the acceptance level for, the strange, is much higher. Slev, thank you for tuning in. Love you, baby. Sleep well. Mwah. We'll see you in the dreamscape when you arrive. Eventually. That'll be forever from now.
I'm working my way there. You know? The gate's open.
Yeah. Well, I'm not seeing any questions, so I assume that most people are we're just here to learn. Yeah, sleepy, probably, after watching their own sessions, which is totally fine.
We've got Rex's ASMR voice.
I know, fucking Iceland melting my goddamn... You know what? You know what I'm gonna put there.
Making you moist.
Oh.
I was gonna say ovaries, but yeah.
Well, yeah. We'll wrap up session then, and I'll go ahead and go through all of my announcements. So, first of all, for all of you wonderful lurkers out there, thank you again for coming in on the raid. If you did come in on the raid, please make sure that you smash that follow button for me, so that you can catch next week's session. Saturday, 10 p.m. Central Standard Time, we will once again be having Mythos Vanesia, Nightfall, episode 10, where we continue down this juicy path of lore. So come and see the exploits of the Cardinal Argi next weekend. Additionally, normally we've been having on Sundays an alternating living lore Q&A where everybody can come in and ask me questions about my homebrew world of Vanis, and Homebrew Helper, where we develop homebrew content live on stream. However, due to shifts in schedule and my boyfriend's availability, we are going to be nixing that from Sundays, and we are instead discussing moving it to the middle of the week sometime. But if you enjoy free homebrew content made live from your suggestions, or just interacting more with my deeply crafted world of Vanis, please stay tuned for that. We're going to make announcements on my Twitter and in my Discord, which is a thriving community of nerds just like this, so feel free to join in. Yeah, so poke your nose into that. What else? The music that you're listening to now, and the music that you've heard throughout this session, especially if you're listening to the VOD, is courtesy of Ian Fisher at Tabletop RPG Music. That's Tabletop RPG Music on YouTube and on Patreon. Please give them a look. They're perfect for use in your own tabletop campaigns. The ambiance is amazing, and really, it's been beautifully handy for setting the mood. Of course, the YouTube videos are free, but if you feel like supporting more, check out their Patreon. Speaking of Patreon, we have a Patreon. If you enjoy what we do here on the channel, if you enjoy the world and how it's crafted, please consider going to patreon.com/thegrinninggamer and showing your support. For just $1 a month, you can show your support, cheaper than a Twitch subscription if you would like. For $3 a month, you get access to custom homebrew content that is used in our campaign. Currently, we have the Etheric Transcriptor up there, a way to transcript spells between classes. We also have the knowledge system available in there for your use, as well as a couple of items that I've produced. Also, if you want to go there, you can check out Shesha's Compendium of Curiosities, all of which are free to get from the Patreon, all of which are homebrew items that were made during our Homebrew Helper segments on this channel. What else? We have merch. If you enjoy the characters, our lovely Jewel here, Nathrissa Saral, does some fantastic art. So if you would like to check out the merch store, which is linked in the About page of my channel, then you can do that. Currently we have the Angel of War print, and hoodie and mug and everything you want depicting Nathrissa Saral in her very angelic form as she appeared during the battle for Shinokal. Oh, yes, last things. Up top, you may notice that we have an ongoing goal of $1,200. This is to fund my move from here to Nebraska. My boyfriend and I need to move for better job opportunities. So please consider donating to that. If we do hit the $1,200 marker, I'm going to be doing a 24-hour maid stream, among other things. Plus, if you donate on days that are not the D&D session, then there are fun rewards like making me eat jalapenos in the middle of trying to play Apex. Yeah.
And did you mention the music?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
With that, I think that's about all.
Mm-hmm.
I think, yeah, we'll just wrap up here. And, let's...
Thank you all for watching, sticking around for a bit, listening to us talk.
Let's find another channel to raid out to, why don't we?
Yeah, thanks for listening in. Rex, thank you for creating such a wonderful world that we can play in.
Absolutely.
We do love sharing our world with you guys, and are so appreciative of y'all hanging around and listening and enjoying it with us.
Okay. Alright, we're gonna raid out to, Stormy Dragon Tavern. And continue the D&D train. Because why not?
D&D. D and Dick. I'm sorry, what?
Dungeons and Dick. Whenever Nathrissa is here, that's about right.
Look, that was a while ago, okay?
Listen, I'm too no, actually...
Alright.
I feel like if anything, you'd be more horny if you were more stressed.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. Depends.
Depends on what kind of stress.
Thank you so much, everybody. It was excellent having you here. Thank you again so much for the raids. Again, for all of my followers. If you haven't followed those two wonderful people already, please do. I already did. Looks fantastic. Can't wait to see more of them. I'm going to be going back to check out their VODs. Additionally, for all of my subscribers, don't forget our delightful emotes when we get into the channel. Post the beans and tell them it's a bean raid.
Bean raid.
Yes. Until next time, everybody, thank you so much for being here. I love each and every one of you. Your support means so much to me. And until next time, keep grinning, gamers.